guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one detainee is dead and two are in critical condition following a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. That's according to Homeland Security, who earlier in the day said that two detainees were dead.
Well, we can tell you that he was on an elevated rooftop, that he shot into a building, into a carport area, that he was targeting ICE based on what we've seen so far in this case, and that we have to do all that we can to make sure this never happens again.
United States Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem spoke on Fox News about the incident today. The shooter was reportedly identified as 29-year-old Joshua John, found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings engraved with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in this attack. President Trump told Arab and Muslim leaders yesterday that he wants to end the war in Gaza.
The president met with leaders from countries including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Indonesia, and Pakistan on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York. Trump said the Israeli-Gaza conflict probably never should have started. There was no comment from Trump or the White House on how the meeting went, but the president of Turkey described it as very fruitful. I'm Mark Mayfield.
NASA says they plan to launch humans beyond low Earth orbit in February.
If it happens, it'll be the first time in more than 50 years. The space agency said Tuesday the Artemis 2 mission would send 4 astronauts around the moon and back to Earth. It would be a stepping stone for Artemis 3, which aims to return humans to the surface of the moon. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 171 points. The S&P 500 dropping 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropping 75 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is calling out all state agencies to make 4% cuts to their 2026 budget.
The governor signed an executive order yesterday to make the spending plan reductions within 30 days. Pritzker added that the cuts are needed due to the impact of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
You talk to every state in the country, and they will tell you that they are having to make cuts to their state budgets to deal with what the federal government has done.
Trump's legislation calls for tax breaks for billionaires and cuts to the SNAP program and Medicaid funding.
Perry Williams with that report. Plans are being made to carry out 2 executions on the same day this week.
In Texas, 35-year-old Blaine Millen will get a lethal injection for killing a 13-month-old child in 2008 during a so-called exorcism. In Alabama, 50-year-old Jeffrey West will be put to death using nitrogen gas. West is on death row for murdering a gas station employee during a 1997 robbery. If all goes as planned on Thursday, it will be the 5th double execution in the U.S. this year. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A court ruling could give the Washington State Department of Health access to inspect the ICE detainment center in Tacoma.
The facility has nearly 1,600 beds. There have been over 2,500 complaints about the conditions. The facility is controlled by ICE and operated by a private company in Florida. A bill passed in 2023 would allow state inspections. A federal judge granted an injunction to stop the inspections. A court of appeals has overturned that ruling. That could be challenged to the U.S. Supreme Court. Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
microphone, and away we go. Back in the saddle again. Trying to get my bearings straight. Where are we? Let me see. Closing out a hump day. What do you say? Time zone to time zone. Make our way into a Thursday. Or better yet, Friday Eve. As we turn the page on the calendar, 25th day of September. October knocking on the door. So it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A lot of clouds outside the secret bunker. No moisture falling from the heavens at the moment, but forecast does say we could see additional rainfall through the overnight hours. Currently, most of the rain is not far to the south. It's going to be a soggy run from northern Kentucky down into the Louisville area. Some of the rain's going to be rolling over into the Lexington. A lot of showers, some embedded thunderstorms. Nothing severe, though, at this hour. So western Kentucky, southern Indiana, southeastern portions of Missouri. Off to the southeast, another line of showers. An occasional rumble of thunder, nothing severe, stretching from about Montgomery, Alabama. Yeah, right up through north central Georgia. Most of the rain east of the Atlanta metro at this hour. Then you roll on into northeast Georgia, western North Carolina, South Carolina. Scattered showers through northern portions of north central North Carolina through the heart of Virginia tonight. And we'll see another batch of showers along the eastern seaboard. A rainy night in Philadelphia. Plenty of rain in eastern Pennsylvania, central and southern New York, so there's a lot of shower activity in the mix. But again, the good news, we're not seeing anything as far as severe weather. But this is the rain that will be expanding into more of the drought-affected areas in the eastern U.S. through the end of the week here. As one more day of downpours affect parts of the plains and the Mississippi Valley. Yeah, prior to the break in the weather pattern this week, many areas in the eastern U.S. Recently, of course, experienced one of the driest ends of summer on record. Of course, fall officially began on Monday. Currently, many of the small streams and secondary rivers had dried up or flowing at a trickle. Even some of the major rivers running very low. Portions of the lower Ohio and middle portions of the Mississippi were at the minimum threshold for normal navigation. Rain, of course, has expanded and has become more intense in portions of the plains and Mississippi Valley. Not only has it rained, but it's poured as far to the east as portions of the Great Lakes and the Appalachians since the start of the week. Much of the zone from Kansas and Oklahoma to Kentucky and Tennessee have seen anywhere from 1/2 to 2 inches of rain, with some locally higher amounts, which in many areas has been rapidly absorbed by the ground. A few locations have received anywhere from, say, 50 to 100% more rain than adjacent areas. Much of the rain falling in a very short amount of time. So more rain's on the way for the central and southern portions of the plains and the Mississippi Valley and much of the eastern states for the balance of the week here. A big batch of drenching rain, some thunderstorms will be the final round of rain in this latest pattern for the central portions of the plains and Mississippi Valley into the Ohio Valley overnight tonight. Total rain in parts of the central states, ultimately 4 to 8 inches. As those showers and thunderstorms advance slowly eastward, additional rain, both beneficial and potentially problematic, will expand across the Appalachians into the Atlantic coastal areas and the northeastern Gulf region to end the week. As a storm moves along, we'll see a press of cooler, drier air traveling from the Ohio Valley to the St. Lawrence Valley from now through Thursday night, bringing a broad area of drenching rain and gusty thunderstorms. As the cold front associated with that storm passes on to the mid-Atlantic and the southeastern states here on Thursday, we will be looking for some gusty, potentially severe thunderstorms unfolding, especially through the afternoon and evening hours. Travel delays traversing the Interstate 85 and 95 corridor, including some of the major hubs, Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., on down to Charlotte and Atlanta. As some dry air pushes across the interior Northeast on Friday, showers and thunderstorms may persist from Florida to Georgia, parts of Alabama, and maybe some of the Carolinas. Another round of gusty thunderstorms or downpours may affect some coastal areas there in the Northeast as well. But then we begin looking to the eastern seaboard. More and more models come in line with a very interesting scenario as far as tropical activity is concerned. Possibility of twin hurricanes just off the East Coast. A new tropical storm has taken shape over the Atlantic. It is predicted to become the next hurricane. Could be quickly followed by yet another that may threaten the southeastern USA. Tropical storm Umberto forming this past afternoon, one day after AccuWeather called that area of strengthening showers and thunderstorms a tropical rainstorm, raising awareness of the growing threat. Meanwhile, there's a tropical wave crossing the northern Caribbean, also showing signs of development, raising concerns for the Bahamas and potentially the U.S. East Coast. As of Wednesday afternoon, Umberto was about 550 miles northeast of the northern Leeward Islands. Maximum sustained winds at 40 miles per hour, traveling west-northwest at 15 miles per hour. Now, the models predict Umberto will take kind of a curved path between Bermuda and the east coast of the U.S. It may intensify into a hurricane late this weekend or early next week. Some models are saying it could become a major hurricane, Category 3. Now, depending on conditions like the amount of dry air and wind shear, Umberto could become, as I said, the next major hurricane. Now, this storm may track close enough to Bermuda to bring some rain and gusty winds starting Sunday evening. One certainty is that seas, surf, and increasing rip currents will build, impacting beaches across the Bahamas, Bermuda, and the East Coast starting this weekend, maybe lasting through the middle of next week. Now, assisting in the likelihood of rising seas and surf is the tropical wave currently tracking westward over the northern islands of the Caribbean. Well, right now it's pretty poorly organized. This one has a high chance of development. They're saying 90% chance of development late this week and especially this weekend as it approaches the Bahamas. Regardless of development, it will bring downpours and gusty winds to part of the British and U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Potential for dangerous flash flooding, mudslides, and sporadic power outages in some locations as this wave moves along on the northern Caribbean islands. Depending on the track and organization, more significant wind and rain may develop as it moves across the Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas. It may be of the most concern to areas along the southern Atlantic coast of the U.S. during the first part of next week. There's some potential that Umberto to the east may hinder the full development, but it could evolve into tropical storms and hurricanes since this wave, the tropical wave further west, may be close to or could reach the U.S. coast. It could bring significant impacts in terms of wind, rain, and surf. Moisture over the western Atlantic, not associated with the tropics, will bring some localized downpours and thunderstorms to parts of the southeastern states this weekend and into early next week. Yeah, should that western tropical entity reach the coast, the combined moisture could bring excessive rainfall and widespread flooding. there's an atmospheric phenomenon known as the Fujiwara effect that could occur next week with both of these tropical storms spinning around each other. This very rare storm behavior, named after a Japanese meteorologist who first described it in 1921. The condition similar to, they say, the teacup ride at an amusement park or a ballroom dancer moving in unison. In this highly complex scenario, direct rain from both could remain offshore, or one or both could be flung toward the U.S. coast. Nonetheless, interests in Bermuda, the Northern Caribbean, the Bahamas, the Eastern U.S. need to monitor the progress and the organization. Tropical waves changes in track and intensity could significantly affect rain and winds, again, looking into next week. So that big lull in tropical activity finally coming to an end. We're going to get very interesting in the days ahead. It is 844-844-3388, rolling into a brand new day. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the eve of Friday. Hello, Pappy. 68 degrees on the Cruiser Dash in the far south of southwestern Ohio. All caught up on the sleep, so let's go. P.S. I hope all is well with the uncle there. Yes, you assumed properly. I saw him. I think it was Buckeye Boy said the only reason I could think he'd be out is his uncle. I'll break it down for you coming up here, but it was a very long day for me there Tuesday into Tuesday night. That's why I wasn't here Wednesday morning, of course. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family country bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan. 60 degrees. Hello to Dale. Steve, I enjoy your show. What was your first car? Thank you. Well, Dale, that would have been an AMC Hornet. Yeah, I called it a tank. Hand-me-down from a family member. Obviously, it had a lot of miles on it, but that old jalopy was able to get me from point A to point B, and that would be the vehicle. I got to take the princess on our very first date in. Of course, had the broomstick handle in the back to hold the hatch open because they never stayed up. Yeah, that was it. Very first car. Good to have you with us, Dale. Hey, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here, rolling into a new day. It's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right. Hello to Rubber Duck, who says he's hanging out on the back porch with the idling freight train in the background since 6 o'clock in the evening. Lovely. Be safe, y'all. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Thursday. 70 degrees in Hesperia, California. We're headed back east toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right, Michael says, what's up? Evan, howdy, Steve and company. Uncle Chops, morning to the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Double Trucker, 63 in Lodi. Is it Friday yet? Almost. Well, the left is so hardcore. Now they're shooting those on their own side, as in Dallas with the ICE detention center. Enough with the shooting. I'll tune in later on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech. Rumble. All right, Jerry's on board. It sounds like Jerry may be going to bed. Good night, everybody. Good afternoon. Larry Hammer down, 70 degrees, Platkill, New York tonight. Hello from Bob in Michigan. James, good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. 72 degrees, a very rainy night. Already had some decent gutter flushers this past evening, and we've got more on the way. But actually, we can use it. All right, good morning, Steve. Everyone's 63 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. So today, I've been at the new job here 3 months now. Drivers that run Highway 151 in Wisconsin from Madison to Fond du Lac, the two construction zones, one south of Beaver Dam and one north of Beaver Dam, where they're going to be working on putting in the Michigan U-turns. The construction's almost done. Be careful driving through there, though. I don't think it's going to make those zones any safer, actually. But, all right, drivers, be safe out there and have a great day. Daniel, good morning from over by Redwood Falls, Minnesota. 57 degrees at this hour. The weather's good. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 63, clear skies, the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. It's raining for the first time in months, so you need that rain as well. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from, where are you at? Carpinteria, California, 65 degrees. Got the delivery off in Santa Barbara about 9 o'clock Eastern. Came back to the hotel, ordered some food because I was starving. So I'm here till Sunday now. I may try and get around to golfing if I can find something reasonable close to me. Pretty good. Having enough leftovers for another meal here. Braves lost, but I was more disappointed when the Reds lost to the Pirates. They had tied that third wild card slot in the National League. Going into the final week of play. It's a 3-game set with the Pirates. The Pirates have taken the first 2. Right now, I guess the Mets lost this past evening, but the Reds now a full game back, with only 4 games remaining to play in the regular season. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Gilligan, hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Kind of damp out here, but no rain for now atop Christiansburg Mountain. Looking at 68 degrees. There he is. Scotty, I saw your pictures a few hours ago. I spent the day yesterday there in Hawaii. Got to see the Pearl Harbor, touring all the interesting history there. At this hour, he says, aloha from Honolulu. He's on that, what is that? 20, how many days? He's out there for 2 or 3 weeks. Big time cruise. Hello, Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 80 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Let's see. Dirty Cop Comey and New York's lawfare queen Letitia James supposedly to be indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia Federal Court within days. Yes, that is in the headlines out of D.C. Numerous reports of just that coming in. We'll explain that coming up here. Meanwhile, around the country, 844-844-3388. Got an email from a gentleman named Bill this past day who says, I've been listening since the other radio station days, and I've listened to the overnight drive from day one. Listen to the podcast every single day while I'm working. I now work during the day, but I was a coast-to-coast trucker years ago when trucking was fun. I still follow the industry and regularly draw trucking cartoons, posted them on your fan page. A couple of years ago, I actually drew a caricature of you in a hotshot secret truck and posted that. I don't know if you saw it or not. I don't think I did see that. Yeah, I've thought of getting up during the night, maybe calling in sometime, but haven't found the nerve. I like hearing from the regular callers. I feel like I know most of them, although we've never met. Used to get some good cartoon ideas from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. We miss that old deer killer. Grump always has some great in-depth opinions, and I'm glad you've never let horse feathers sing. Thank you very much. Hey, great to hear from you, Bill. We got to get a quick time out here.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences.
Senator Ted Cruz is blaming divisive rhetoric for the attack on an ICE facility this morning in Dallas.
We should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes.
The Texas Republican seemingly took a shot at a push in California to unmask federal law enforcement. He was critical of politicians' efforts to, in his words, dox ICE agents. The head of the FBI released photos from the scene of the shooting showing an anti-ICE message scribbled on the bullets. The gunman has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He shot at a transport van, killing one detainee, critically injuring two others before taking his own life.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 171 points, the S&P 500 dropping 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropping 75 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Rolling into a new day. I hope your week's going well here. Kind of confused. We missed out on. I don't know. What day is it?
I don't know. We were at total loss. Didn't have no greatest day of the week. Didn't have no hey Mike. Didn't just going back and forth, forth and back. Don't know where we're at. Kind of like just chasing our tails or something. I don't know.
Right.
But anyway, so what was that last comment there? Glad that you don't let horse feathers sing. What is that supposed to mean?
That's what he said. I'm glad you never let horse feathers sing. That's interesting.
That's what I'm thinking. Kind of. I don't know. We'll have to see if we can figure out something about that. Anyway. All right, so I don't know. Where can we go? I don't know. There's not a whole lot going on. Had some rain showers. Humid like you can't imagine right now. It's like walking through a sauna here in Maryland. So, anyways, that's about all the news we got that way. So I guess there's chances some more showers off and on and off, and other than that, they're just out here just doing our thing. So. Yeah, missed you last night, but we figured there was something going on that you either were in the process of doing or had done and didn't get no rest to be on the air. So
correct.
So, anyways, but other than that, really the only thing I really got to report there is the North Regional York officers there. Their funeral is actually tomorrow midday, and from the information I understand here is that they're going to do all three funerals together, and then all the interments will be private there for the families. So they're going to have the one funeral for all three at the same time at the one facility, I believe, a church, and then wherever everybody breaks up and goes off to after that for the interments, and that's all private for the families. As far as I know, they're not going to really have any more possibly than just, invited close friends that way. So whatever officers are close, whichever that way, there'll probably be a few there, but it's not it's not going to be the whole big line procession route and all that with to every cemetery. So anyways, yeah, that's really about all the news I got there. Kind of heard a few things out and about, but not a whole lot. What's this I heard from Bill O'Reilly though, that he's calling Elizabeth Warren a nutcase? Did you catch that?
I did not catch that, but he's pretty spot on, isn't he?
Apparently, she's backing the socialist for mayor in New York City by the looks of it. So anyways, I assume that's what the comment was about, that Bill O'Reilly was calling her a nutcase, and unless it happens to be one of the other 100,000 things that she said, but
everything,
but who knows?
all the latest reports and I guess polls there in New York City are saying Mamdani, is that his name? The communist socialist, he's like up by 20 points, they're saying. Like he's going to take it in a landslide.
Well, all I have to say is you better be careful and start listening. What was that Ross Perot, remember that thing Ross Perot talked about, that giant sucking sound?
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a giant whoosh leaving the city of New York if that happens, because you're going to see all the people with money not stay, because how is it that communism, socialism works? Steal from the rich and give to the is it give to the politicians or give to the poor? I forget. It's one or the other. But yeah, make everybody equal. You gotta take away from those that have to give to those that have not.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we'll see. We'll see what New York City, if he wins, we'll see what New York City's landscape looks like. It might look like Escape from New York. There, remember that movie Escape from New York? What New York City looked like when that movie was done?
It was ugly.
Might have that appearance.
Yep.
So, other than that, Your Honor, we'll let you go out and try to do some due diligence. And whenever you get a chance to explain what you're going to explain, we'll be sitting back listening.
All right. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. I guess now's as good a time as any. I got the family all aboard, right? No, I mentioned, I think when it was the final call from Brother Rambler the other morning, that the uncle was going to attempt. He had been like 3 weeks since his final chemo round, and obviously he was feeling a bit better than you feel when you're on the chemo, but of course he had been informed the cancer had actually spread rather than reduced during the chemo, but he was going to attempt something called Keytruda that works in conjunction with whatever kind of chemo he was doing. It's a more than 120-mile round trip to go pick him up, get him to the cancer treatment center at the University of Cincinnati, and I knew we weren't leaving till like 10:30 in the morning. But I knew it was going to be a long day. But me and my mom, we were able to, got him down there. He went through the whole process. He had the IV, and he wanted to do this and proceed. But you sit in the office, literally. Once he's prepped, we sat there 2.5 hours just waiting for the doctor to come in. But when the doctor kind of had to hold that difficult conversation. Fred, I could do this, but I think it's actually going to be doing you more harm than good. And I felt the same way. I mean, he's physically he knows he's going down, but he's a fighter, and he was thinking he was going to continue to try and fight. Doctor says, I've got to be blunt with you, you're going to die. This cancer is not going away. Then he broke down how rapidly, and that was his biggest concern. It's been spreading so rapidly, and it's throughout the body, and he had to kind of tell him, if you've got anything that any final plans, anyone you haven't spoke to in a long time that you need to get things off your mind, settle things. contact. I don't know if you prefer a priest or a pastor. And, those are the hard conversations. No, if we do this treatment, he says, if you insist on, I can, but I advise not to. But this is what they would call a Hail Mary, and it's not going away. So that was the cold, hard reality, and he made the decision. Hospice will be coming out. My mom's going to be going out there with my wife later. I think they're going to leave at like 1 in the afternoon. They will be meeting with hospice with him, and that's where things stand. I don't know. So he's trying to deal with that reality. I asked the doctor, I said, well, here a few weeks ago, you said you gave him maybe like 6 to as much as 9 months. Where do we stand now? And he said, based on the rapid progression, I would say we're in the 30 to 90 at best, maybe less range, maybe less than 30. And that's hard to hear. Ultimately, I did not get back to my mother's house till like 7 o'clock in the evening. And like I said, I told Ryan, I said, if I get here at 7, I'm still going to want to go on the air, but I had already been up literally for close to 24 hours plus, and by the time I did get home in bed, I had been up 28 hours. So that's where things stand. Prayers for Uncle Fred, prayers for my mom. Now, they're going to the, I guess you call it the hardcore pain medications, because he is suffering that, the Oxycontin and the oxycodone, and I don't know what, hospice, how they're going to handle they're trying to, everyone knows what that means. It's keeping you comfortable in your final days, right? So thank you for all your thoughts and prayers, and continue to do so. Well, whether you want to be informed or entertained, plenty of opportunities for truckers at the Guilty by Association Truck Show 2025 edition, the biennial truck show in Joplin, Missouri, that starts today, Thursday, September 25, running through this Saturday. And, of course, as always, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which is a sponsor, will be participating, obviously. Looking at a little bit of the schedule here. Thursday, the show kicks off with one of the staple events, a.k.a. a demolition derby at 6:30 this evening. You'll have some live entertainment from 7 to 9 p.m., the Bobby Dagonia Band. To wrap up the first day of the show, that'll be a free concert Friday. For the informative side of things, the FMCSA Senior Policy Advisor, Michael Hampton, will be at the show at the Town Hall. Yeah, they say on the proverbial hot seat, fielding questions from the drivers in attendance there. That'll start at 10:30 a.m. Friday at the Four State Trucks installation shop there. After that question and answer session ends, it's a day loaded with fun events for truckers and families. Some of the feature events include the Big Rig Burnouts, the Trucker Olympics, the Truck and Tractor Pool, United FMX Motocross Stunt Show, and a concert by the ZZ Top Tribute Band. Friday will conclude with a fireworks show at 10 p.m. Saturday, highlights will include the Special Olympics Truck Convoy and a light show that will close with a downtown street party. 2 years ago, the last time the show was held in 2023, that convoy generated some $120,000 for the Special Olympics of Missouri. The concert that day marks the return of country music star Colin Ray, who also performed there in 2023, is scheduled to bring another live show to Joplin, known for some of the hits, Love Me, In This Life, My Kind of Girl. He was nominated for the Country Music Association Awards Male Vocalist of the Year, 1996, 97, 98. Opening for Colin Ray will be the Chad Cook Band, a country group from Houston, Texas. Free concert starts at 8 p.m. Saturday at Maiden Lane there in Joplin, Missouri. I've heard over the years it's a very fun, festive, kind of almost a carnival-like atmosphere at the Guilty by Association Truck Show. So if you're going to be passing through over the next several days, stop in and say hello. 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. I don't know if it's authentic or not this day and age. Senor Heatwave had shared a little post, a little video. It's funny. It's funny if it's, especially if it's real. But again, I'm thinking probably artificial intelligence generated. But in the White House, supposedly you have the photographs, the wall, the hall of presidents, with each president all the way up to the current President Trump. But in the video, it's depicting the photographs. They start like with Bill Clinton. They go on through George W. And then you got Barack Obama. There's Donald Trump, his first term. Then the photo of Joe Biden it's actually a photograph of the Otto pen. Because the Otto pen was president. That's what it's depicting. I thought that was very comical. Meanwhile, yes, someone brought up numerous reports breaking, saying that New York Attorney General Letitia James will be indicted for mortgage fraud in the coming days. Some reports saying James Comey will be indicted as well. Now, they said we started covering this early this year at the Gateway Pundit, the entire saga of Letitia James' 43 years of fraudulent mortgage filings, culminating in an article earlier this week, which was kind of a mock prosecution memorandum detailing the charges that she may face. Special Prosecutor Ed Martin has been investigating Letitia since August. while Lindsay Halligan was appointed as prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia. Now, there's reports citing the coming indictments posted by conservative commentator Benny Johnson, which says Attorney General Letitia James of New York expected to be indicted by the Eastern District of Virginia. Now, the same office is expected to charge Letitia James with mortgage fraud. Of course, Trump exhorting his attorney general to charge these people as soon as possible. Ken Delania also reported this past day about Comey, who very well could be indicted by the Eastern District of Virginia. I think it was an MSNBC report, says Comey will reportedly be charged for lying to Congress in a 2020 testimony about whether he authorized leaks to the media. President Trump last week fired Eric Siebert as the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia because he refused to bring charges against anyone, Letitia James, James Comey, Adam Schiff, and others. Of course, we know about the message that he had sent out, and then, of course, he appointed Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. She served as one of President Trump's personal lawyers during the unconstitutional raid on his Mar-a-Lago residence. But according to the report, James Comey, for years, the target of President Trump's ire, is expected to be indicted in the coming days in the Eastern District of Virginia, where a prosecutor who opposed bringing the case was fired. The full extent of the charges being prepared is not clear, but the sources believe at least one element, if it goes forward, will accuse him of lying to Congress during his testimony on September 30th of 2020 about whether he authorized a leak of information. The 5-year statute of limitations on that charge would lapse, I guess it's next Tuesday. Newly declassified memos reveal James' secret media mole, guy by the name of Daniel Richman, leaked classified information to the New York Times. Guy by the name of Michael Schmidt to help push for that special counsel back in May of 2017. It was previously reported that James Comey penned 9 memos stemming from his conversations with President Trump and then leaked them through his Columbia University law professor friend, Daniel Richmond. The leaks ultimately worked. May 17 of 2017, then Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein appointed Robert Mueller, as you recall, to serve as special counsel to investigate the Trump-Russia collusion hoax. On September 30 of 2020, James Comey testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Investigators say Comey lied about whether he authorized leaks. So either way, this indictment would have to be handed down before the 5-year statute of limitations expires. And that is, like I said, literally just days away. All right, Ace says, I think that Biden auto pen photo with the White House is actually a true story. And Larry said the same thing. It's true. Is that right? That is comical. That is classic Donald Trump, right? Joe wasn't president. The auto pen. Somebody behind the scenes was running that darn thing. All right, coming up, looks like I was speaking of Senor Heatwave. I guess he'll give me the full report as well, if that's genuine or not. Eagle will be checking in coming up, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Coming up in next hour, Altline, a finance company based in Alabama, conducted analysis of nationwide reviews to find the best and worst truck stops in America. The company collected and analyzed reviews from Google Maps from almost 100,000 truck stops and rest stops across the country. And subsequently, they mapped out the good and the bad. We'll break down some of the key findings, to understand how their customer service reviews, how they came up with their scores. And they actually rank the big 4 truck stops: Petro, Love's, Pilot Flying J, Travel Centers of America. Where will you get the best experience, as they say? So again, that, so much more coming our way. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com today. We'll return after this.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Dallas ICE shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He opened fire from an elevated position before taking his own life. FBI Director Kash Patel says John left shell casings engraved anti-ICE, calling it part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing attacks on law enforcement. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blasted Democrats and the media for demonizing ICE as Nazis, warning that rhetoric has deadly consequences. Federal prosecutors are nearing a decision on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey.
The probe's examining whether Comey made false statements during his September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors would generally only have 5 years to the day to bring a charge. Comey has maintained his innocence, and if a federal grand jury approves the case, it would mark one of the highest profile indictments of a political figure. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump is back in Washington following his trip to the UN, and that sparked protests in the streets.
Nearly 50 activists were detained after unsuccessfully trying to block 2nd Avenue in New York City during protests of President Trump's speech at the United Nations. In his remarks, the president accused the UN of not dealing with crises around the world while highlighting his own administration's progress on major international issues. He also called climate change a con job and said that unchecked immigration is destroying European nations. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Defense Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth closed the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services.
Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson shared a post on X announcing Hegseth has decided to terminate the entity due to its focus of advancing a divisive feminist agenda. The panel was established in 1951 and meets on a quarterly basis to promote military readiness by shedding light on challenges female service members may face. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Disney Plus is raising its streaming price just as Jimmy Kimmel returns to the air.
The late-night host was suspended last week by ABC, which is owned by Disney, for comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged killer. His suspension was broadly criticized and led to calls for a boycott of Disney Plus. This week, Disney changed its mind and brought Kimmel back to the airwaves. Now the company says it's raising its price for Disney Plus starting October 21st by $3 a month for ad-free service and by $2 for the basic service. It's also raising the price of Hulu by $2 and ESPN Select by $1. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The man known as the South Hill Rapist in Spokane, Washington, could be released from state custody.
Kevin Coe was accused of raping dozens of women in the late 1970s and was convicted on 1 charge. He spent 25 years in prison and then was committed to McNeil Island, where he's been in custody since 2008. He's now 78 years old, and a state evaluation determined he was no longer a threat because of his weakened condition. A Spokane County judge will consider the issue next week. I'm Brad Ford.
House Republicans are pushing to honor conservative activist Charlie Kirk on U.S. currency following his assassination. Representatives August Pfluger and Abe Hamada plan to introduce a bill directing the Treasury to mint 400,000 silver dollar coins, which feature Kirk's likeness and the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." If approved, Kirk would become the youngest American ever on U.S. currency. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Rolling into a brand new day. That would be a Thursday. So getting close to the weekend. Yeah, coming up Friday morning, we'll be getting college football. Got some big games coming up this weekend. We'll get all the latest picks from the prognosticator of prognosticators, a.k.a. Big Ed. And, of course, the analyst of the Grump. I think they're pretty notched up in a dead heat this year. As we enter, I'm losing track now. Is it week 4, week 5? I think it's week 5. Meanwhile, I promised we'd get to Senor Heatwave out of the box as we get a new hour underway. What's going on, Heatwave?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just heading to Apple Turkey from 1 Mile High City to another. You know, they make such a big deal. Denver, it's a Mile High City. Well, hell, Albuquerque's at a mile high. I don't hear them yelling about that. Oh, goodness. Well, let's see here. There's a lot going on. I wonder if that old boy that called in, or that texted in earlier about keeping the horse feathers from singing.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he was talking about Knucklebuster or me. And personally, I think he's talking about Knucklebuster because I have a very melodious voice when I sing.
You mean commodious?
So we'll just go... harmonious, commodious, or whatever you want to call it. So, anyways. Well, that... Clinton, Hillary, and Bill are both saying, yeah, we need to tone it down. But it's the right that needs to tone it down. I mean, just absolutely denying what is actually happening out here with all the voices that are saying, get in their face, tell them they ain't welcome, chase them out, you know, take them behind the barn and punch them. You know, I guess it's rules for thee, but not for me. You know, and I don't like this. And I don't think anyone else likes this either. You know, yes, we must stop with all this rhetoric, but it's only one side that's pushing it out. It's the left. And I mean, you know, you can be patient, you can be forgiving, you can be just whatever, but someone's going to snap here. You know, and it won't matter just what political side. Someone's going to snap, and there's really going to be some issues. So, I don't know. This is really a sad state of affair that we're in now.
Mm-hmm.
That the people who started, that tolerated slavery, that tolerated Jim Crow laws, that tolerated the KKK, that promises one side everything for their vote, that one side don't get nothing. You know, and why? Why do you keep on doing that? They had Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA people at HBCU. And I guess it's a mostly black college campus. And, you know, they were saying that Turning Point, Charlie Kirk, they were, you know, raising racist things, saying racist things. And Charlie never did. He said, you know, come to me, tell me if I'm wrong, and I'll show you where you're wrong. But, you know, with words. And these, I want to say people, but I really don't consider these people. Screaming and hollering, and that's all they're doing, hollering and screaming. They're not saying anything. They're just raising their voice to be heard. You know, it'd be like me going, ah! And that's what they're doing. They're not saying anything. They're just annoying is what they are. And it is amazing to me. I wish I had some pigmentation in my skin color, so I can play both the victim and the bully. That's what this group of people do. They play the victim. Oh, we're the victims. Well, what did you do? And then he turn around and bully people. I'm sure there's a bunch of folks like me on the other side, extreme. It may give them a reason to do that, I guess. I don't know. But for the most part, the people I work with, they don't have this mentality of, oh, you're racist. We work on the dock together whenever I was on my medical. I was on the dock for 2.5 months cleaning up. I didn't have any issues with anybody on the dock. The drivers, the local P&D, line haul. I had no problem with people. When I was working with Snyder at the Aurora Cross docks doing the GM and Ford parts, never had a problem. So I don't know why these other folks think they're so damn special that they can act the way they do and have no consequences for their actions. Now, as far as the auto pen, did I share that photo?
I thought it was you.
News,
I thought it was, I thought it was St. Jar Heat Wave that had shared it. I may be mistaken.
Yeah, well, it could have been. I mean, I'll go to sleep and I'll sleep sound for about 5-6 hours, and then I have to get up for one reason or another, and then I'll just start going through and sharing what I think's funny or interesting or downright stupid. It just give some folks something to look at, and really, I mean, who knows who was making decisions? The only decision we know of was the auto pen. Someone made a decision to use it, and by God, they did. So, I mean, since it has happened, what can be done to reverse a lot of the executive orders and pardons and clemencies that was given by the auto pen? The only signature that was done by him was to give his son
Hunter.
There you go. Yeah, give him a pardon for the stuff he'd done from 10 years ago to present.
Now, for some odd reason, John, I guess James Comey didn't get an auto pen pardon.
Well, he probably figured he had that one old boy in his back pocket that was forced to resign.
Yes.
And the other person that jumped in says, "Oh, not so fast, Comey. Check this out." So, yeah, I hope he gets what's coming to him in the legal system. Same way I hope Fannie gets her fanny in the pokey, and the way Letitia James, charge a man with something that you're doing and try to play, I'm the lawfulness person here, and then saying I'm a victim of misrepresentation. And did you see the daughter of that nut that was over there laying down by the fence at the golf course trying to shoot Trump? The one that decided he was going to defend himself against the judge's wishes, but he insisted. Found guilty, and his daughter comes out hollering and fussing. They didn't give him a fair chance. There's all these lies. It's like, you know what? I'm sorry. You might love your father, but you have to see that the man was a total idiot. I mean, I don't think his defense was going to be, he would have to provide money to pay for his defense. He could have had a court appointed attorney, defense attorney for him. But I mean, the man made up his mind. This is what he was going to do. You've seen the nonsense he pulled. They
Correct.
reported it.
Yep.
I mean,
supposedly,
what the hell more do you want?
He stabbed himself in the neck with a pen or a pencil, with something, when the verdict came down. I haven't seen any word on how much damage he had done, but he's pretty much, obviously needed to be on suicide watch. They would say 16 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So again, it was the finance company based out of Alabama. The best and worst truck stops and rest areas around the country. I didn't focus much on the rest areas. I figured you'd be more interested in the truck stops, right? Some of the key findings conclude that Waynesville, North Carolina offers the highest rated truck and rest stops in the country. At the state level, it was Vermont with the highest average ratings. Also, Massachusetts truck and rest stops have the highest praise for customer service. Now, of the big four, as they call it, rest stop names, Petro, they say, is considered the best by reviewers, according to the Altline analysis. But hold on, there is a caveat to that, considered the best. To understand how customer service impacts review scores, Altline examined the written reviews used by guests, analyzing the keywords and topics that mention good or bad customer service, and compared those to the state average rating. Results showed that service-related reviews were typically below average in every state, indicating that people tend to take more notice of poor customer service. For the states of Delaware and Florida, the bad service did not go unnoticed. Their service-related reviews averaging more than a whole point lower than the baseline ratings. Massachusetts, on the other hand, saw a difference of just 0.1 between their overall rest stop score and the average of reviews mentioning service, suggesting the service there is at least consistent with the quality of the rest stops. But breaking down the big four, the vast majority of truck and rest stops across the country are not welcome centers run by the states. But they're stops operated by several large corporations, the big four being Petro, Love's, Pilot Flying J, and Travel Centers of America, aka TA. Examining the average reviews for the truck and rest stops across the nation, Altline's been able to provide insight as to which corporate-run truck stop and rest stops are the best and offers guests the highest experience on average. Scoring an average rating of 3.88 stars, Petro was the best rated of the big four. However, this is 0.3 stars below the national average for stops at 4.17. Further analysis found that just 34% of Petros are rated above the national average. In other words, you have a 1 in 3 chance of having an above average experience. That's what I meant when I said there's a caveat there, a 1 in 3 chance. Love's, with 3.86 stars, the second highest rated corporation-owned truck and travel stop, followed by Pilot Flying J at 3.75 stars. Travel Centers of America ranked the lowest. The truck and rest stops owned by TA had an average rating of just 3.66, which puts them significantly below the national average. A mere 13% of TAs score above the national average, meaning that the vast majority of the time, a rest at a travel centers delivers an underwhelming experience. So again, that's the breakdown from Altline. I know everyone has their favorite and locations that you never want to stop at for various reasons. And obviously, even with the big four, a Travel Centers of America in one location is going to be a whole lot different than another. It all depends. Some of these in some of the cities. For instance, we'll say Memphis, an area with all the crime. It's probably not going to be a rest stop or travel center where you really want to stop unless you absolutely have to, right? Eagle, what do you say? What's happening?
Yeah, I got some things to say. A couple things, I may have to go into the next one. But first of all, I want to get started, Steve. I'm on my way home for the weekend. I'm down here in Texas right now. I got a little bit further to go before I get home. But I'm in Dallas, Texas tonight, man, and I don't know if you've been over this because I got in a little bit later on the show. Had another shooting again today as I'm making my way to Dallas this morning. I'm listening to the radio.
Yeah.
And what do I hear? What do I hear on the radio? What do you know? Another shooting in the USA. What a surprise. What a surprise. We got another shooting in the U.S. People can't figure out why, but I'm not going to go into that. But as I'm driving, they talking about another man on the rooftop. Another man, how he got up on the roof, I still don't know. And somehow he decides that he wants to randomly fire into an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. Not knowing, they say, I don't know how many rounds he shot. They say a lot of rounds. They've got bullet holes all in the damn detention building. 3 individuals were struck that was in a van, so they say.
Mm-hmm.
One man died. Other 2 people were in critical condition. Don't know. They claim they got a suspect. It's amazing how they find out all this information in less than 24 hours. About who this individual was and how old he was, where he come from. If they knew all that, they should have figured out that before he got to his destination. But anyway, it's amazing how they find all this stuff out in such a quick amount of time.
Well, he killed
who this person was.
He killed himself, though. He shot himself, so he was dead. They found him dead on the rooftop where he shot from. That's how they knew how they knew him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad he took himself out. We won't have to deal with his case, unlike the Utah situation. They'll tell us how long that's going to go on with the Charlie Kirk deal. So at least we don't have to deal with this guy. I hope he did the right thing by taking himself out. But, yeah, like I said, Steve, the rhetoric, at some point, you got to say, before I get to Jimmy Kimmel, I may have to get in on after the break, but because I want to talk about what he had to say last night. But the rhetoric, like I said, Steve, it can't be a one-way deal. It's got to be both ways. We both know that the left is the ones that are speaking a lot of bad things about Trump and other things. But there's also people on the right that's doing the same thing. It takes two people to create an issue, to create a problem. And at this point, both sides need to look at themselves and say to themselves that it needs to come to a stop. And I'm talking about the Crockett's, the AOCs, and then on the right we got people on the right. We got the woman down in Georgia, Green. We got other people on the right that are talking a lot of trash too. The trash talking needs to come to a stop on both sides, because we got a dangerous situation. You got people right now, Steve. If I was a congressman or a senator right now, I think I would resign my position, because you got so many people that they're receiving death threats from these anonymous people. They're having to hire extra security at this point. That's how dangerous the situation is now. As far as outdoor events, you'd have to be a complete idiot to hold an outdoor event, speaking engagement, especially with buildings around anything. Any type of speaking arrangements now need to be held indoors, Steve, where you can control the people who's coming in and out. If you're thinking about having an outdoor speaking engagement, there's something wrong with you at this point, because we're in a dangerous society right now, and the rhetoric needs to come to a stop for both sides, and that includes that this loser Jimmy Kimmel, because he's one of the guys on the right side that's just as much trouble as the people on the left. This guy here, he had an opportunity.
He could have tried to set the record. Hold the thought there. We'll pick up there following this. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. FBI Director Kash Patel says the Dallas ICE field office was the target of a violent, ideologically driven attack. 29-year-old Joshua John fired this morning, killing one, injuring others before taking his own life. Shell casings marked anti-ICE were found on scene. Patel called the attack despicable and warned that it's part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing violence against immigration authorities. The FBI says the attack is being investigated as targeted violence, vowing full justice for those responsible. Israel is blasting Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas for wearing a key-shaped pin during a UN speech. They call it a symbol of his goal to erase the Jewish state. The foreign ministry accused Abbas of dangerous duplicity, saying his push for a so-called right of return would flood Israel with millions of descendants from 1948 and end its Jewish character. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, pick it back up there. Getting close to the weekend, right? Got a Thursday coming our way. It's 844-844-3388. All right, I know Eagle was moving on to Jimmy Kimmel, who was back on the air, Tuesday night, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me finish up with that. And then maybe I'll call in later to talk about college football. But yeah, Steve, okay, Jimmy Kimmel, he had an opportunity. Oh, yeah, by the way, before I get to that, you wasn't on the radio last night, was you? Because I tried to come in and you wasn't on the phone, was on hold.
Right, I took the night off. That is correct, yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was wondering what the hell was going on, yeah, because you just had a dial tone. It was busy signal. Okay. Yeah, anyway, but yeah, because I wanted to talk to you about Kimball. But yeah, anyway, okay, this guy had an opportunity to do the right thing last night, Steve. And he just showed his real true colors, that he's the loser that he is. He didn't insult Charlie Kirk. He didn't do that. He had fake tears as he was crying. Right. He did that on cue, acting like he really felt bad about the situation. He tried to blame it on Trump. He trying to say that Trump because he can't take a joke that he wants to put not only him out of work, but all the people that work for the show out of work. He's trying to make it seem like Trump don't care about people having jobs. That's what he said on his show, that he's trying to put people out of work, out of business, because he couldn't take the joke or some garbage. But the thing that he did, the worst thing that he did was that he insulted. He kept with the insults. With Donald Trump. There's nothing funny about talking about politics. Well, how come his monologue has to include politics? There are many other things that this loser can talk about, and then he can't understand why Donald Trump is upset with him. Steve, this guy, I think he did again tonight. I didn't have a chance to listen to the garbage tonight, but if he doesn't want issues with Donald Trump, let me ask you a simple question, Steve. If you don't want issues with a certain person, wouldn't you think try to keep that guy's name out of your mouth? Wouldn't you think about doing that?
I think that'd be a better idea.
Okay, well, this guy, apparently he doesn't see it there. He's a very stupid man, and he just continued on with the insults of Donald Trump all last night after he had his fake apology to the Kirk family. He just kept going in and on and on and on about Trump and what's happening with him, instead of moving on and talking about something else. There's other issues in the world that this guy can focus on besides him. So all he's doing is putting himself in the spotlight, and he'll be off the air sooner than later. He's talking about last night. He's saying that he had top ratings. The only reason he had top ratings is because people wanted to see what this idiot had to say. I think they say he had 6 million people last night watching. I bet you it ain't 6 million people tonight. I guarantee you it probably dropped down to probably less than 1 million people that was dumb enough to watch his show. So he won't be on the air too much. He won't be on the air too much longer, because he has nothing to talk about except for the man in the White House. And then, because I'm pretty sure Trump and his people, they'll figure out a way to get him off the air, and he'll be out of business real soon. So if he was as smart as he claimed to be, he would stop mentioning the guy's name. But like I said, Steve, these people like him that's on the right, they're just as much trouble as some of the people on the left. And like I say, the rhetoric is real. The heat in exchange right now, and it's unnecessary. And then, like I said, you're nothing but a coward. It doesn't take a tough guy to climb up to the top of a roof in a building somewhere in America with a gun and pop shot at somebody. That makes you a coward. That don't make you a tough guy by climbing on the top of a building and taking a pop shot at somebody you don't even know. So, like I said, you got these losers, and that's what they are, is cowards. They, what do you call them, computer keyboard geeks that sit in the basement somewhere with nothing else to do. They probably ain't got no job. They at their mama's house sitting in the basement with nothing else to do with their miserable life. So they want to take their frustrations out on somebody else and then try to make the 10 o'clock news on TV and make a name for themselves by hurting other people. So it's really a damn shame that we live in a country with a bunch of cowards that want to hide behind a weapon. And if you got a problem with somebody, walk up to his face and say it like a man. Don't climb up to the top of a building and shoot somebody you don't know. That only makes you a coward in my book, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yes, indeed. And the dummy yesterday, I mean, if he was looking to kill ICE agents, obviously he was anti-ICE, and that's what he was looking to do. I mean, apparently no ICE agents were actually hit. He killed one of the detainees and seriously injured 2 others of the detainees that were in ICE custody. Failure, total fail. As far as Kimmel goes, I think all the hype, and I figured as much, as a lot of people would tune in to see what he had to say when it was the first night back on the air. They just released, let me see, data from the Economist YouGov poll that was conducted September 19th through the 22nd. Jimmy Kimmel lies, but numbers don't. Because it says 58% of U.S. adults never watch Jimmy Kimmel Live. Another 17% tune in less than once a month. That poll dropped just as Disney's left-wing late-night host returned to the show Tuesday. All right, Kimmel claimed that Charlie Kirk's accused killer doesn't represent anyone. That was what he said on Tuesday night. He tried to cast himself as a victim of President Trump's authoritarian government. Now, he also said it wasn't his intention to blame any specific group for Charlie Kirk's cold-blooded murder, even though he did accuse a specific group by saying Kirk's killer was part of the mega gang. So he's trying to turn the tables, casting himself as the victim. Who gets a lot of threats? I get many ugly, scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers, because of what I choose to say. He said, I also have many friends and family members on the other side. Now, when he wasn't congratulating himself for returning to TV, he was bashing Trump and the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, saying a government threat to silence a comedian that the president doesn't like is anti-American. He then enlisted the likes of none other than Robert De Niro in a sketch in which the Goodfellas star played a mob boss Carr character. Said it seems like the FCC is using mob tactics to suppress free speech. Still, a sizable portion of Americans who would tune in still not able to watch live for the foreseeable future, as there are some 66 ABC affiliates around the country between Sinclair Broadcasting and Nexstar. Nexstar also opted not to air Kimmel's show. So that's 66 out of, is it 250? I forget how many ABC affiliates there are, but it is 844-844-3388. Now, I do know one of the things Kimmel was focusing on was the president's announcement about Tylenol. And he kept running the video of Trump at the podium talking about, don't take the Tylenol, don't take the Tylenol. Just kind of running that in a loop over and over again. Don't take the Tylenol. Well, oddly enough, this past day, where there's pushback from the manufacturer of Tylenol, but they've pulled up a number of posts from back at the time when it was known as Twitter, which of course is now X. And a number of posts from Tylenol are actually going viral, especially one that states, quote, "We don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant," end quote. Curious social media users apparently digging up the old post from the actual Tylenol account. There hasn't been anything posted on that account, they say, since 2021, I guess during the height of the pandemic. One post from March 7th of 2017, the account posted, as I said, we quote, "We actually don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant. Thank you for taking the time to voice your concerns today." Another post circulating comes from June of 2019. The brand appears to be congratulating a woman on her pregnancy. In the post, the brand indicates they've not actually tested the drug for use during pregnancy. The post reads, quote, "Congrats on your upcoming edition. So exciting. It'd be great to touch base real quick since we have not tested Tylenol to be used during pregnancy and see what coupons we have for the baby. Please call us at 877-895-3665, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Eastern, with your Twitter handle." A few months later, the account apologized to a woman for their product not helping her pregnancy pain, saying, "We're sorry to hear this hasn't helped your pregnancy pains. Please be sure to talk to your doctor for alternative pain relief options." We do have a few questions we'd like to ask you, so please give us a call. The rediscovery of these posts obviously going viral after the president made that statement. Concerns about pregnant women taking Tylenol. Ties to autism, possibly. Pretty much what they're saying is more research needs to be done, but we see there appears to be some links between the two. That was the statement from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, recommending at least to limit intake of the drug due to possible associations with that increased risk of autism. Now, Kennedy made an interesting point during that presentation. I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that do not take vaccines and do not take any pills that have no autism. No autism. Does that tell you something? That's currently. Trump said, is that a correct statement, by the way? As Kennedy said, there are some studies that suggest that, pointing to the Amish community. Yeah, with the Amish, for example. Do they not have autism in the Amish community? That's pretty much what Kennedy was saying. Trump said the FDA is going to be notifying physicians that the use of Tylenol, which is acetaminophen, during pregnancy can be associated with a increased risk of autism. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, there is Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 68 degrees here in Haiti, Missouri. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for South Dakota. It's an epic night for some high-speed trailer trucking. How about a special Show Me State shout-out to Big Ed. All right, let me see. I mentioned the Trump assassin, the would-be Trump assassin that was thwarted on the golf course when the guilty verdict came down. I had seen that he tried to stab himself. Buckeye Boy says he attempted to stab himself with, I guess, in the throat or something, but he did not succeed, apparently. They were able to grab him and stop him. Okay. Hello to Philip in Florida. Good morning, everyone. And there's 5-7 copying the mail. Go Navy. Have you noticed an uptick in aggressive driving behaviors? Like red light running, speeding, tailgating, honking, or cutting off other vehicles out there? Well, if you have, you are not alone. So has AAA, according to the results of a recent survey that found 96% of drivers admit to performing at least one aggressive driving behavior in the past year. It was a relatively small survey. Participants ages 19 to 64 from 24 states found that more drivers encounter hostility on the road, and the more likely they are to respond and escalate tensions on the road. The most prevalent aggressive driving behavior found was running a red light. At least 82% saying they did it at least once in the last year. 68% of people passed in the right lane at least once. 66% honked at another driver for an instance other than to avoid a crash. 65% glared at another driver in response to something they did on the road. The study found motorists under the age of 60 and those with household incomes of $100,000 or more are most likely to drive aggressively. 11% of drivers in the study said they engaged in violent actions, such as intentionally bumping into another car or confronting another driver. Men and women equally likely to drive aggressively, although men were more prone to the violent driving behaviors, according to the study. Since the last AAA Foundation study in 2016, cutting off another vehicle is up 67%. Honking the horn out of anger is up 47%. Tailgating was actually down 24%. Yelling at other drivers down 17% since 2016. Good road etiquette and being courteous to other drivers are the most effective ways to reduce aggressive driving and road rage, according to AAA. Small gestures like using turn signals, letting other people merge, or offering a friendly wave can go a long way in creating a calmer driving environment. In Metro Detroit, aggressive driving like speeding, failing to yield, reckless driving has been deadly, according to the state police. Excessive speed, distracted and impaired driving, the leading causes of crashes in the state. We are constantly seeing the same things across the state. We recommend to all drivers, drive the speed limit, leave early, buckle up, and be kind to other drivers. Well, there you go. This guy follows the speed limit because he don't want a ticket. What's happening, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Absolutely right. That's what Tennessee taught me to do there. And my boss says, drive the speed limit. Don't bring no tickets in here. We don't need them there because it's bad on our CSA score, right?
Yep.
Well, I just give them a basic lesson in mathematics, Steve. 4 + 1 is 5. And the Supreme Court said that 1 was free speech there. You can use it, right? So, did I hear Eagle say right that Jimmy Kimmel was on the right?
I think he did say that, but he knows he's on the left.
Yeah, no, he probably don't. So,
yeah,
anyway,
Jimmy Kimmel's about as left. He's about as left as the left can be. That's far left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Same thing with Ron Howard, Opie, Andy Griffith. They were all far left too, but a lot of people on the right like them. But if you want to get Jimmy Kimmel off air, don't watch his show. Same thing with Facebook and Instagram and all that garbage, TikTok. Just don't have it on your phone. If you ain't got it on your phone, and they do what's that, Nielsen rating? Who watches the shows and who don't?
Yes,
they
sir.
know what. But that cable hooked to your house, I can guarantee you, they know exactly who you're watching. I watch NFL and I watch the DIY shows, stuff like that, and Motor Trend. When I'm in the house, rest of the time I'm gonna be outside working on something like that.
Right.
That's the best way to do it. Keep yourself busy. Well, I'm headed to Texas again tonight, Steve. Going down here to Temple, Texas. I guess I'll have to pass through Waco up there again and see that Baylor Stadium over there on the left. So, anyway, I'll try to call in tomorrow night too. But since I have a 3:30 in the afternoon appointment, I don't guess I'm gonna probably get no reload there. And I hauled a load of vodka back up there to Crashville again last night. And I guess Eagle thinks you don't deserve a day off, too. Yeah, everybody deserves a day off.
Yes,
right? Even though an extra day off. Tennessee used to have a T-shirt that said, "I need a day between Saturday and Sunday," too. So I agree with her on that there. So anyway, man, it's getting on break time. I better shut my mouth there. I'll call in later on. I'll be all busy all night tonight. So.
All right, Knucklebuster. Well, as always, thank you for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show, all right? And you can do the same by dialing us up at 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one detainee is dead and two are in critical condition following a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. That's according to Homeland Security, who earlier in the day said that two detainees were dead.
Well, we can tell you that he was on an elevated rooftop, that he shot into a building, into a carport area, that he was targeting ICE based on what we've seen so far in this case, and that we have to do all that we can to make sure this never happens again.
United States Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem spoke on Fox News about the incident today. The shooter was reportedly identified as 29-year-old Joshua John, found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings engraved with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in this attack. President Trump told Arab and Muslim leaders yesterday that he wants to end the war in Gaza.
President met with leaders from countries including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Indonesia, and Pakistan on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York. Trump said the Israeli-Gaza conflict probably never should have started. There was no comment from Trump or the White House on how the meeting went, but the president of Turkey described it as very fruitful. I'm Mark Mayfield.
NASA says they plan to launch humans beyond low Earth orbit in February.
If it happens, it'll be the first time in more than 50 years. The space agency said Tuesday the Artemis 2 mission would send 4 astronauts around the moon and back to Earth. It would be a stepping stone for Artemis 3, which aims to return humans to the surface of the moon. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 171 points, the S&P 500 dropping 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropping 75 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is calling out all state agencies to make 4% cuts to their 2026 budget.
The governor signed an executive order yesterday to make the spending plan reductions within 30 days. Pritzker added that the cuts are needed due to the impact of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
So you talk to every state in the country, and they will tell you that they are having to make cuts to their state budgets to deal with what the federal government has done.
Trump's legislation calls for tax breaks for billionaires and cuts to the SNAP program and Medicaid funding.
Perry Williams with that report. Plans are being made to carry out 2 executions on the same day this week.
In Texas, 35-year-old Blaine Millen will get a lethal injection for killing a 13-month-old child in 2008 during a so-called exorcism. In Alabama, 50-year-old Jeffrey West will be put to death using nitrogen gas. West is on death row for murdering a gas station employee during a 1997 robbery. If all goes as planned on Thursday, it will be the 5th double execution in the U.S. this year. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A court ruling could give the Washington State Department of Health access to inspect the ICE detainment center in Tacoma.
The facility has nearly 1,600 beds. There have been over 2,500 complaints about the conditions. The facility is controlled by ICE and operated by a private company in Florida. A bill passed in 2023 would allow state inspections. A federal judge granted an injunction to stop the inspections. A court of appeals has overturned that ruling. That could be challenged to the U.S. Supreme Court. Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Another hour. Here we go. Underway. And they tell us there's actually a cold front, a front separating air cold enough for snow in the Rockies as it collides with the humid air in the east. Rounds of gusty and severe thunderstorms and periods of heavy rain erupting prior to the end of the week. In addition to heavy rain, the main threats in severe storms will be lightning strikes, powerful wind gusts, and some hail. Even a few tornadoes are possible through the end of the week. In the most intense storms, looks like the threat of severe weather will extend across portions of the Interstate 85 and 95 corridors of the east here on Thursday. Some of the strongest thunderstorms forecast from southern New Jersey, southeastern Pennsylvania, all the way to the southern parts of Georgia and Alabama. There will be some locally heavy rain, gusty thunderstorms in parts of New England as well today. Most of the storms are expected during the afternoon and evening hours. Could affect the commute and flights in some of our major airport hubs from Atlanta and Charlotte to D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. Ultimately, drier air will push across the interior Northeast Friday. Could have some lingering spotty showers, but the moisture will linger in the Southeast. It could result in some scattered showers and thunderstorms from Florida to the Carolinas and Mississippi. It could be a bit of an omen for trouble in the Northeast over the weekend. Forecasters are expecting a frenzy of tropical activity in that zone from the Bahamas to Bermuda and the southern Atlantic starting this weekend and lasting into next week. There is the potential there could be indirect or possibly direct impacts ranging from rain, wind, rough seas, depending on the proximity to the U.S. coastal areas there. Some of these forecasters highlighted we could have twin hurricanes in very close proximity off the southeastern coast. Dan gets things underway this hour. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. Sorry your mom and them, especially your uncle, having to deal with his health there. That has to take a toll on him. Is that your mother's brother? Is that what that is?
That is correct. Yes. Separated I think 2 or 3 years apart. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's rough. So I had called in. It's a new tactic of the left now, and Eagle repeated it, to say it's on both sides. Okay, and he mentioned Congresswoman, I think he was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think.
Yes.
Right. So what did she say? I mean, what did she say? Because we can tell you what they say on the left, but what did she say? I mean, this is their new tactic, and we asked them for evidence, and I did that with someone I was arguing with, and he said, well, what about the guy in Minnesota? And I said, well, is that the one that Tim Walz appointed to a state board? And when they arrested him, they found no King's pamphlets he had been passing out and posting, because that was against Trump. So where is this coming from, and what killings can you tell us about? I'd like to know where they are at. And no one's been able to answer that. So, I don't know. I mean, I that kind of frustrates me, and it especially so-called conservatives that will say, and we've got one in here in St. Louis that's the loyal opposition on a liberal radio station that incidentally Rush Limbaugh used to be on. Well, you might have heard of it, KMOX. I mean, I know you have.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big powerhouse. It's now owned by Soros or Odyssey, and it's become very liberal, but they have one guy, and they'll say, well, it's on both sides. And they'll go, yeah, you're right, it's on both sides. Well, how about some examples? Because we've got plenty of examples of their violence that's occurred, unfortunately, in the last month.
Well,
So
I would
it
say,
aggravates them.
I would say, in reality, for those on the left, the comments from Charlie Kirk when presenting facts about biology, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and he would cite statistics about the number of African Americans in prison versus their percentage of the population. Factual things that he would say, but the left said that's hateful speech for telling the truth.
Right. Well, that's how they categorize. In other words, you challenge me, you must hate me, you must be a racist. Well, he's not being a racist. I mean, he's not a racist. But I mean, you're either black or you're not, or you're in prison or you're not in prison. And if you add up the number of people, I didn't know that statistic until you just said it. That's not being racist to state a fact. In other words, don't let the facts get in the way of a good opinion. And that's the way they look at it. When I've heard him say that, Eagle, it's on both sides. Well, it's not on both sides. And if you say it's on both sides, please prove that. Give us an example of that. I don't see anybody on the left calling out, anybody on the right calling people fascist and Hitler on the left. So that's the way I look at it. As far as that Jimmy Kimmel's concerned, you got a very good point. Don't listen to the guy. I mean, I don't watch the show. I don't know who does. If the ABC Disney is stupid enough to lose $40 million on a show, well, that's their business. Let them do it and let them keep the clown on. Nobody listens to him. Nobody believes him. But anyway, I just thought I'd call that in because I'm tired of hearing that. It's on both sides. And the other thing I'd called in about, the other night you had Ed and Grump on, and I think they don't agree with NIL. And I firmly believe in that NIL in college sports because these schools have made more than $1 billion off of these, especially football and basketball. And there are people getting scholarships that don't have to work near as hard as these athletes do for that money, or for that education. And these people, the NFL has become the training league, the minor league the colleges have become the training league, the minor leagues for the NFL. And they get one injury and they're done. They won't take a chance on them. The NFL won't. And why shouldn't they get the money? The coaches are making $10 to $15 million a year, or $3 or $4 million. Mizzou's coach, I think, makes $3 million or $4 million a year, maybe more than that. Eli Drinkowitz, and I don't understand why people are opposed to it. I don't know if a college football player or basketball player sustains an injury, and that's a lifelong injury, do they get anything out of that, like a workman's comp thing? I don't know. I'm going to kind of check that out. but who covers the insurance or who covers the medical payments? So I just, I think it was well overdue. And a lot of these individuals, if it wasn't for a college football scholarship or basketball, they wouldn't be going to college. You know what I'm saying? They come from homes that couldn't even afford the transportation to get to the school.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just my 2 cents on it. I appreciate their I don't agree with all of their picks, but I do appreciate that and look forward to it. But I didn't hear them talk about the NIL, and I didn't. Am I right? They are not in favor of it, or what is? I mean, I don't. That's the impression I had. Both of them
for the most part, my take. I think they're both on the page. They feel that these athletes, if they're going to college for free on a scholarship, that is compensation enough in itself. Focus on your education. The sports is supposed to be secondary, and I don't believe they like the idea of they're making millions of dollars when they're getting a free education in a free college.
That college is, you know what I'm saying? What is, I mean, I don't know what some of the SEC schools, but, you know, you could say that about anything. You know, you could say, well, I'm a truck driver, which I am, and here's $50,000. That's what you should make. Okay, I can go somewhere else. But for them, if they want to go to the NFL, they're either going to have to get on as a walk-on or prove themselves, and it's easier to prove them come up through the college ranks. And why should they go out there and make, I'm sure it's in the billions over the years that these colleges have made, and see money going to everybody but the players who put the show on. So why shouldn't they be paid? I really don't understand that, and I don't understand that's the case. I mean, a kid comes out of high school, he can sign a Major League Baseball contract worth millions of dollars, and he'll pay his own tuition if he wants to go to college. It's this whole idea. And by the way, what is the value of that college education? That's being questioned right now. More and more people who are non-athletes are choosing not to go to college because they don't see what the value of the education is, or, you know, unless they want to be a physician or an attorney or a licensed engineer or something like that. Even some engineers don't have degrees anymore. So Charlie Kirk did not have a degree. He went to college, but he never finished. And but anyway, I appreciate the show. I just wanted to call in about that though, because you know this stuff it's on both sides. Well, please elaborate is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So. Well, have a good night, Steve.
Very good.
Good luck to your mom.
Thank you.
Your family.
Appreciate the thoughts. Thank you very much. 19 past the hour. And yes, Charlie Kirk aspired and pulled no punches when he said college. Yeah, most college educations are a scam, is the way he looked at it. He was how do you call it? Self-educated for the most part. 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, by the way, real quick, looks like TikTok is not going away after all. President Trump, they tell us, will sign an executive order today, Thursday, that declares the deal being negotiated by the White House to sell TikTok's U.S. operations will meet the requirements set out by the 2024 law. Earlier this week, the White House said Trump will declare that a deal to divest TikTok's U.S. operations from the Chinese owner ByteDance will meet the requirements set out by the law that was passed by Congress that bans the short video app unless its Chinese owner is ended. Trump has credited TikTok, which has like 170 million users, with helping him win re-election. He has 15 million followers on his personal account. The White House also launched an official TikTok account last month. Right, he's several times delayed enforcement of the law in efforts to extract TikTok's U.S. assets from the global platform. Okay, a further extension, they say, is probably going to be included in that executive order that he signs today, but there is the latest. And hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, prayers out to your uncle,
Fred.
Listen, hospice, we all know hospice is good people. They'll take care of him. Just know he'll be comfortable. He won't be in pain. So, prayers to your mother there. And to the whole family, but all right, Jimmy Kimmel. Let's talk about this for a second, Steve. First Amendment, Steve. The problem I have is when you got shows like this. I know he's not a news show, so to speak.
No,
but you know, they do have a FCC license. I guess you'd have to prove this, but there is evidence to show that he intentionally deceives and lies, gaslights the public. That's what I have a problem with. If somebody is intentionally doing this on political issues or health issues, when it comes to voting, and you're intentionally trying to change the outcome of things by lying to people, I got a problem with. How many even news organizations, how many people stood in that camera and looked us straight in the face, Steve, and said, if you take the vaccine, you will not catch COVID and you will not pass it on to other people. Now, if some of these people are probably just regurgitating what they've been told, but if they know better and they're doing it intentionally, I got issues with that, man. Steve, there's some evidence that the Democratic Party has been writing some of his scripts.
Really?
And once Trump got elected, because they were losing a lot of money, but they were like, well, if we can keep the fight going on, and it was kind of like, all right, well, we lost, we're in trouble, how much money do we want to keep losing here? I don't know. I just got problems with intentionally lying to the public. That's my issue. So, see, and there's been a lot. Man, it's been a while since I called in, but Steve, on the Kirk assassination. Oh my God, the amount of, in my eyes, some of the stupidity out there that people just want to get out on YouTube or on TikTok, Facebook, whatever, and start accusing people of literally murdering with no real evidence. Just assuming. They were talking about one guy on stage. It was obvious it's a cell phone in his hand, Steve. And well, it could be a gun, it's one of them cell phone guns. He was shot from the side. That's an exit wound, and all this stuff without no evidence. I don't know if you heard about all these hand signals that they're claiming that the people on the. Yes. I mean, Steve, these people. Listen, when you stand for a long period of time, because I've been in situations like this, when you're standing a post, right? You get a little fidgety after time. I mean, you're not going to stand there like you're in attention. You're going to move around. You're going to itch your ear. You're going to rub your head. You're going to do things.
Right. All you got to do is watch Steve Sommers on Facebook or YouTube, and you're seeing me do that exactly. I mean, rubbing the eye, scratching the head. It's just that's what that's life. But hold the thought there. First, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one detainee is dead and two are in critical condition following a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. That's according to Homeland Security, who earlier in the day said that two detainees were dead.
Well, we can tell you that he was on an elevated rooftop, that he shot into a building, into a carport area, that he was targeting ICE based on what we've seen so far in this case, and that we have to do all that we can to make sure this never happens again.
United States Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem spoke on Fox News about the incident today. The shooter was reportedly identified as 29-year-old Joshua John, found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings engraved with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in this attack. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Interesting things to cover this early Thursday. Coming up, details announced. NASA announcing the Artemis 2 mission to send astronauts around the moon, not actually landing on the moon, but around the moon, is on track for a launch as early maybe as February 5th of next year, 2026. That's not far away. And more details about the cyber attack on the Jaguar Land Rover that's brought their plans to a halt for nearly a month's time. Yeah, halting production, they tell us, of over like 30,000 vehicles. Big hit. But first, get back to Pappy. All right, welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. My whole point to this, though, is intentionally deceiving and lying. The amount, Steve, of the misquotes that I saw that they have done with Charlie is astonishing. How they were misquoting him, making him to be out some person he's not, for some whack job to literally think this. I think I said something a couple weeks ago, when you're taught things in school and you actually believe Trump is Hitler, well, some whacked out dude, right? Oh, well, he's a demon. He needs to be killed. Intentionally doing this, though. There was one guy swore up and down, you don't get shot with a 30-06 and it's going to go clean, so there's no way that there's no exit wound. Right? And he obviously has no idea what he's talking about. Steve, there's so many different types of bullets that rifle can shoot. It can shoot a full metal jacket bullet, which is used in warfare. That round was adopted by the United States Army in 1906. It's a 30 caliber round adopted by the Army in 1906. That's how it gets its name. It's 30 for 30 caliber and odd 6 for the year 1906. But anyway, that's besides all this. But there's several different types of ammunition this thing can shoot. You got full metal jacketed rounds, you got soft lead point rounds, you got varmint rounds where the jacket is so thin, as soon as it hits, it's going to fragment totally. We talked about on your show that with evidence, video evidence, slowed down frame by frame by frame, can show kind of what happened there. We talked about it. I first said that round hit the corner of his, I guess if you want to call it body armor for lack of better terms, went through his shirt, hit the corner of that body armor and up into his neck. Thought maybe it went upward after hitting the spine. Thought maybe it went upward. And again, was speculating. I did see a clip from Alex Jones where he spoke to, I don't know if he actually spoke or somebody else spoke to the surgeon that worked on him in the ER room. He was saying when the round went into his neck that it hit the spinal cord, totally destroyed the bones in the spinal cord. When it hit that, it went downward. As it started to go downward, the bullet started to frag a little bit. And how can they tell that? With x-rays, Steve. The coroner's report, we probably won't hear anything about that, and we're not entitled to hear anything about that until the trial. So we're not going to know for sure exactly what happened until the coroner's report comes out and says what happened with that bullet, when it entered and what it did and where it all ended up. But, you know, for this guy to say it's an impossibility for that round not to be an exit room, he's just blowing smoke up everybody's butt. One guy, there was another conspiracy that the crime scene was taken down in 2 days. They were trying to say this was a conspiracy. Why did they take the crime scene down so quick? Right? I don't know if you heard this one going around. Steve, it's somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. When we go to homicides or even fatal car crashes or serious car crashes, we have equipment called total stations. You set these things up. They take a 3D image of the entire area. It maps everything out, exactly what's there, where it's at. It creates a 3D image of that area. It probably would take 3 hours to set up, once you got that total station set up, to map that crime scene. So you can literally put it in some software, bring it up on a screen, and do a 3D image where you can have somebody sitting in the front row. It's all on an image, right? You can move that around to look at any angle, any position you want to. So for this person to say, well, they took down the crime scene because they wanted to destroy evidence, he just don't know what he's talking about. They can reproduce that crime scene using them total stations. Construction workers use them all the time. So, you know, just be careful what you hear out here, man. If I tell you something, I got some evidence to support that. I'm not saying it's conclusive. I'm just saying that the evidence appears to show this. It's not etched in stone. Supreme Court's ruled for Trump. I don't know if you heard about this, Steve. Remember how Trump fired a couple people and they tried to fight it? Well, the Supreme Court ruled that the president has the power to fire federal employees.
I think it was 8. Was it 8 attorneys general, I believe?
And Steve, this is a big deal. This is a power blow to the Democrats. Believe you me. For over 50 years, Steve, these Democrats this is how they've been running the country. They got their people in these federal agencies that are running these federal agencies. And they've been running them for decades. And Trump's the first one that said, you're fired. Well, you can't do that. Yes, I can. Well, now the Supreme Court says, yes, he can. It's like telling an employer sometimes you don't have the right to fire somebody. You might not have the right to fire somebody without just cause, but sometimes you do, Steve. When there's an election in Hamilton County and the sheriff takes over, she can get rid of high-ranking officers. They're not in the union. You're done. See ya. Go find another job. She's going to replace them people with whoever she wants to put in there. And the Supreme Court ruled today that Trump has the right to put in there who he wants if these people aren't, especially doing shenanigans. So that's a big blow to the Dems, man. I don't know if you heard this too, Steve. There's 30 states that record voter registration. Obviously, we got more than 30 states, but 30 of the states, they register they report whether you're registering Democrats or Republicans. The other states don't specify which party is being registered. They just say, hey, 10 people registered today, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't say 5 people were Republican, 5 are Democrat. 30 of the states do. All 30 states have came out and talked about the increase in Republican voter registration is off the charts. Off the charts. So if all 30 states are doing it, probably other states that don't actually record which party are probably leaning red too. They know this, Steve. They are a hurting party right now. They know this. Everything they have done, the American people have woken up. So what do they resort to? If they think they're going to lose power, they resort to violence, and that's what we're seeing. They want to stay in power at all costs, and if they got to resort to violence to do it, they're going to create chaos, anarchy. Steve, we've been talking that. Is there a civil war brewing, or is that what they're trying to do by all this hatred speech and violence? Another ICE facility got shot up. This ain't the first one, Steve. All this violence being committed is on the left, like the other caller said. Was there any violence on the right after Charlie Cook's assassination? None. Everybody came together and was calling for peace. I don't know if you've seen any of Trump's speech at the UN, Steve, but he spanked the UN, man.
Yes, he sure did.
Spanked them.
Yep.
Called out this migration into all the countries. Called them out. Called them out on the Green New Deal. Steve, Trump is not playing games now. He's in with both feet, and he is trying to get our country back away from these globalists, away from these Democrats, away from this craziness thinking that up is down and down is up, back to some normacy. It's going to take a while. But I'm telling you what, this voter registration thing has them scared to death, Steve. We'll see what happens in the midterms, but I'm telling you, man, these numbers came out, and they are freaking out. All right, bud, took enough of your time. I appreciate you taking the call. Finally got caught up on some sleep. I knew you weren't on last night. It was about midnight. I was waiting, and I'm like, oh, boy, he's not on. Something's up. Steve, I bet you it was 20 minutes later I was out cold. Snoring, probably. So, all right, my man. I appreciate you taking the call. Prayers again to the family. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Thank you much. As always, Pappy, have a great morning. All right, Artemis 2. Will it happen? A crew of 4 around the moon. Space.com reporting NASA's announcing the Artemis 2 mission, the first crewed flight of the Artemis program. Could launch as early as February 5 of 26. The mission will send 4 astronauts, a 10-day journey around the moon, a critical milestone in the ambitious plan to establish a sustainable human presence on the lunar surface. During the press conference at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the agency's acting Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development emphasized the historical significance of this mission, saying, "We together have a front row seat to history. We're returning to the moon after 50 years. The Artemis 2 crew will embark on a free return trajectory, flying around the moon without entering lunar orbit or landing on the surface, building on the success of the uncrewed Artemis 1 test flight that launched an Orion spacecraft into lunar orbit November of 22, returning successfully after a 4-week journey. Although Artemis 2 was initially expected to launch this year, it's been pushed to next year to address issues with the Orion capsule's heat shield, which charred more severely than expected during the re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. What do you think, Philip?
I don't know about this one, buddy. I think it's a little bit too early to be putting people onto that thing yet. A one and done, and we're going to do it type of thing. I don't get it. They've known this technology for years. They know how that, the deal with the propulsion systems and all that on this thing, and coming back. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about this one. One and done, let's put somebody on it type of thing. I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
I have some of the same questions you do, and I am kind of concerned about putting humans on there. I don't know. I'd hate to see a mishap and lose a crew of astronauts.
Absolutely. My biggest thing with it is the distance that they're going to travel. If they were just going up and they're going to do, go around the Earth a few times or spend a day or two up there, to do it and then come back, that'd be one thing. But to go to the moon and back, and you've done this is, a human thing, you're doing a human space flight, you're going to go out to the moon and come back around and all that. That's just a little far-fetched for me to think about. I think we need to slow down. They haven't done enough testing on the rocket. One reason being is it's so dang expensive what they're doing. And the amount of money that program has spent is astronomical. And I think why they're doing it, in my opinion, is they're doing it because they have to show some kind of rate of return back to the government for the amount of money that's been spent on it. And the only way to do that is to have this, we're going to go all the way out to the moon and come back around with people on board. I think that's why they're doing what they're doing, in my opinion. I just don't know. I don't have enough confidence in that vehicle, Steve. It's the same technology the space shuttle had. And, I love the space shuttle. I was enthralled in that program when I was growing up, seeing them take off and all that kind of stuff. But after I got to studying what that thing was built, how it was built, and how things went with it, there was a lot of questionable stuff with that thing, and I'm glad that we didn't go to higher orbits with that thing, because I don't think it would have survived, to be quite honest. I mean, we've seen the trouble that Elon's had with his tiles on these starships and the amount of testing he's just been doing with it. And I'll tell you what, his testing is on a scale that's the same size as that ALS program. And guess what? He's got multiple vehicles. These guys here, they pump out a vehicle in Alabama And, you know, this is only the second one. Elon's made like 7 or 8 of them in a row within a year.
Mm-hmm.
And you see what I mean, Steve? I mean, it's really questionable. Now, changing the subject a little bit, I hear we're going to have some sisters coming into town.
Yes.
And they're going to get very close to us. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very close proximity. I don't know. How do they interact with one another?
Yeah, and are we going to have the Fujiwara concept happen with these guys where the powerful one takes the smaller one out, which the smaller one is the closer one to us. So the models are all up in the air. If you look at the GFS model, it's saying that they're going to go together, and then that's going to be it. It's going to scrub itself out type of thing, and the powerful one's going to stay out in the ocean and head on out. You know, your model is doing kind of the same thing, but we're not paying attention to the Caribbean. If you look at some of the long-range models, they're saying that there's going to be some stuff later on from the Caribbean, and that I believe that's going to happen. But a lot of people are getting scared with these models going out 14 days and seeing what they're seeing. You know, I mean, it's coming bad now. They're only not even putting up a full long-range model now. I'm not sure. I mean, the last ones I've seen have not been the long-range ones. Do you want me to hold over, Steve? I know you're getting close to that break time.
Yeah, we are getting close. Actually rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, right? Another item we'll delve into coming up here. This is downright spooky stuff. Now, we've talked about impacts on our Secret Service agents have disrupted what they describe as a telecommunications operation that could have shut down cell service around the United Nations and the wider New York City region as the General Assembly opened. Hardware confiscated by the Secret Service was within 35 miles of New York City, but it's so much bigger than that. What could the implications have been, and are there possibly other such networks already in place elsewhere around the country? As I said, more details coming your way ahead. First, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Dallas ICE shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He opened fire from an elevated position before taking his own life. FBI Director Kash Patel says John left shell casings engraved anti-ICE, calling it part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing attacks on law enforcement. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blasted Democrats and the media for demonizing ICE as Nazis, warning that rhetoric has deadly consequences. Federal prosecutors are nearing a decision on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey.
The probe's examining whether Comey made false statements during his September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors would generally only have 5 years to the day to bring a charge. Comey has maintained his innocence, and if a federal grand jury approves the case, it would mark one of the highest profile indictments of a political figure. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump is back in Washington following his trip to the UN, and that sparked protests in the streets.
Nearly 50 activists were detained after unsuccessfully trying to block 2nd Avenue in New York City during protests of President Trump's speech at the United Nations. In his remarks, the president accused the UN of not dealing with crises around the world while highlighting his own administration's progress on major international issues. He also called climate change a con job and said that unchecked immigration is destroying European nations. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth closed the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services.
Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson shared a post on X announcing Hegseth has decided to terminate the entity due to its focus of advancing a divisive feminist agenda. The panel was established in 1951 and meets on a quarterly basis to promote military readiness by shedding light on challenges female service members may face. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Disney Plus is raising its streaming price just as Jimmy Kimmel returns to the air.
The late-night host was suspended last week by ABC, which is owned by Disney, for comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged killer. His suspension was broadly criticized and led to calls for a boycott of Disney Plus. This week, Disney changed its mind and brought Kimmel back to the airwaves. Now the company says it's raising its price for Disney Plus starting October 21st by $3 a month for ad-free service and by $2 for the basic service. It's also raising the price of Hulu by $2 and ESPN Select by $1. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The man known as the South Hill Rapist in Spokane, Washington, could be released from state custody.
Kevin Coe was accused of raping dozens of women in the late 1970s and was convicted on one charge. He spent 25 years in prison and then was committed to McNeil Island, where he's been in custody since 2008. He's now 78 years old, and a state evaluation determined he was no longer a threat because of his weakened condition. A Spokane County judge will consider the issue next week. I'm Brad Ford. report.
House Republicans are pushing to honor conservative activist Charlie Kirk on U.S. currency following his assassination. Representatives August Pfluger and Abe Hamada plan to introduce a bill directing the Treasury to mint 400,000 silver dollar coins, which feature Kirk's likeness and the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." If approved, Kirk would become the youngest American ever on U.S. currency. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much as we roll into a Thursday. And now back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. What the heck was happening in L.A. yesterday, Steve? These guys are taking semis out there running from the cops?
I saw some of the chase as it was ongoing. I never did see how it was resolved. Was it actually a truck driver, or had somebody stolen the truck, or is that? I don't know the rest of the story.
Well, from what I saw the video last night before I went to bed. They saw a truck with a plate that was questionable on it.
Yeah.
And that individual ran from them. And there was two people in the truck. It was a bobtail. It was a day cab, and they ran away from the police in Fontana, California, for almost an hour. It was about an hour, because I know the video that I saw was 51 minutes long. And at the end of it, they took a SWAT truck and rammed it into the side of it and smashed one of the tanks. And the guy kept running, and eventually the guy stopped. And I think the reason why he stopped, in my opinion, was the motor was sucking air, and it was dying out because of that tank being busted. And then they just stopped, and they got out of the truck, put their hands up. They did the right thing. They stopped, and they took them into custody. Now, I don't know whether they stole the truck or what the deal was behind it. That's kind of was the vague part about it. But it was almost an hour long chase with these guys, and it was at low speeds. I mean, these guys didn't try ramming it with their police cruisers. At the end, though, they tried this SWAT truck thing. They ran into the side of it, and like I say, it smashed the tank on the driver's side, and that's what I think shut it down. You sure can't do a pit maneuver with a police cruiser on a bobtail truck.
Yep.
And it was pretty subdued, but they were pretty close. They got pretty close to Disneyland a few times there, because the helicopter pilots were saying that if they would have went, one thing that we have at our Disney parks is we have a no-fly zone. And if they would have got closer to Disneyland, they wouldn't have been able to film it because of the no-fly zone over Disneyland. And that it ended civil. So the guys, they put themselves in the ground and that thing, and they cuffed them and stuffed them. But yeah, it was like something off of Speed. You remember that movie Speed? Something like that,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But it's a long video. I want to comment about what Pappy said earlier. With the information that we get from the media, sometimes creates conspiracy theories in themselves. And one of the big ones that I seen was the gun that was used in the assassination. Now, there's a lot of variants of that rifle. And there was an 8mm version of it. There's a 30-06 version of it that was used for hunting. And the way the media put that name out there, I don't know if it was the FBI or whoever gave the media that information about that rifle, that it put a lot of skepticism in a lot of people that deal with guns. Because, you know, that gun has a lot of different versions. You know, it's like when you buy one version of a car or a model of a car and it has a sport model or unlimited model or whatever. It's kind of the same thing with this gun. There's like different calibers. There's all kinds of different setups. And I think that's what happens a lot when we get our data on stuff when it happens, is, you know, the stuff gets skewed. And then the conspiracy theorists come out of the woodwork and say, well, this or that, or angles of this or that. And they try to be an armchair quarterback or
Yes.
whatever you want to call it,
Yep.
you know, sitting back thinking that, you know, they're a gun expert and they've never even shot a gun, you know, and it makes you wonder about the media. Getting back to Artemis, I don't think it's going to work. And that's just my opinion. And they've got a lot more stuff to do before they actually put humans on it. The amount of money, though, that we spent on that program, if you look at it, the funding for it, it's a good big portion of NASA's budget. And I tell you, they got it. They're doing it to show that they're doing something. And I don't think that's the way to go about it. I think you're going to test a vehicle, you need to do it. Now, if you look at the Apollo testing, when we went to the moon the first time, look at the test program for that, Steve. They did a lot of shots before they actually put people up on that, you know? And that Saturn V that rocket was just as volatile as this one, but it was a little bit more controllable, if that makes sense. So, but that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
Good to hear from you, Philip, and have a great day there. And obviously, yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the tropics. Things supposed to get pretty interesting over the weekend into early next week. Yeah, some of the models showing a very, very close call as far as almost making landfall. Right now, most of the models are kind of depicting, looks like maybe North Carolina, where it juts out a bit further in the Atlantic. But yeah, those are all subject to change with the cone of uncertainty, as they call it. Meanwhile, 844-3388. All right, Plowboy, you hanging in there. What's happening?
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good this morning. Prayers and thoughts for your family is all I can say, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, at hospice, I just don't like that word. Brother, I don't. Y'all know the reason why, and that's been used too often in this radio show here in the last 60 days. Steve, I just learned something. Did I hear Philip right when he said Disney had a no-fly zone? And did I hear that right? Even when it had to do with the police force?
Apparently so. Well, it wasn't. It was. I don't think it was. I don't know that it was a police helicopter, though. I think it might have been like a newscopter where they were, sharing the live broadcast.
Pardon me. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. But anyway, appreciate that. But I was just saying, we had talked about this before, and I know me and Pappy's talked about it. Can you just imagine how they use that other new technique on that truck? That thing that they call the grappler? That'd be kind of like monkey gouger catching a damn whale standing on the shore.
Yeah.
That'd be an all for naught situation. Just a quick, kind of a funny thought for. But there's a deal that I heard here earlier. Dan, I'm not in favor of the NIL. Steve, I think I stand with Grump, Ed, and a lot of us. And here's one of the reasons why. Is, Steve, when you sign a contract, do you not sign a contract for as long as you can uphold your contract or whatever? Am I not correct, Steve?
Well, yeah, a contract, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, whatever the case might be, yeah.
And I believe if some young man or young lady signs a contract with whoever it be Ohio State or be Ohio, Kentucky or Alabama, Oklahoma, wherever. If you sign a contract for a scholarship, you've signed that deal, in my opinion, for 4 damn years. Not for one and out like I've seen. And I'll be damned, just as, let's use the term that we used to back in the good old days when we were all 21 and less. Bar hop. That's all this NIL is being anymore. In my opinion, it's bar hopping, leaving that school high and dry of an opportunity that you could have been a hell of a quarterback, running back, ballerina, or whatever for, just chasing the damn money. And I'm sorry. That's where I have it on that. I mean, it's... And plus, what was Ed the other night raising hell? And I stand with him on this. Because was not Ed talking about how high the prices was to go to watch Oklahoma play anymore?
Yeah.
In Ohio State, wherever. That's all being driven by that. But Steve, now I've got something. I've seen something just earlier today. And it really, it's kind of funny, but it's stupid. You've heard about how we were going to control the methane gas from the cattle industry.
Right. Yeah.
Throughout the year, the greeny weenies. You can look this one up, my friend, brother. They've now got a vaccine to control cow farts. Being pushed by somebody, I think it's coming out of Australia in that way. I think the website I was looking at had an AZ behind it, so I think that it's either Australia or New Zealand, one of them two countries. But it's just, I think it's stupid, to tell you the truth. But, you know, honestly, if it works, can we not give a vaccine to the liberals? Get them away from being stupid like they are and cost and everything? I mean, it's just amazing what they're coming up with, all the stupid crap that does not mean jack, and like the climate changes. Now, damn, they're being called a hoax, which it is. But, did they happen to say who the favorite truck stop was of any of them? Because there is two states that has actually got a city of truck stops. And that is down there in Kenley, North Carolina. I mean, you can walk all over damn near 3-4 different truck stops. It's that close. And I didn't hear you say anything. Did you say anything about that Jimmy Artist Travel Plaza in Manning, South Carolina? Wasn't that not at the top of the charts of the favorite truck stop?
No, I mean,
talk to you later.
Oddly enough, those TAs, they didn't have the highest of ratings for whatever reason. I don't know. All right, Carl, got you coming up. Grump's on board first. Morning, Grump.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I've been listening a little bit. You know, I'm going to say something about the whole Charlie Kirk thing. And it was, you know, they were kind of, Pappy kind of talking about it a little bit there about the news media and stuff. But You know, within 45 minutes after he was shot, I was already sick of listening to the news, and I actually turned it off. I just said the hell with it. Every news agency, every one of them gets their so-called experts on there, and they're giving a play-by-play of everything that's happening. You know, and the whole damn thing that really got me was, you know, well, he's probably wiping the fingerprints and stuff off the weapon, and he's probably down and, you know, turning his phone off and all this because they can track his phone, and they can even turn on the microphone and hear him if they know who it is, and, you know, this whole garbage. And I'm thinking, why don't you just write a damn playbook for these idiots and hand it to them so they'll know what to do? You know, it's just, I don't know, I just get so damn sick of listening to it. And then they'll throw their little spins in there about the type of weapon and stuff like that. And I know Pappy was talking about that doctor or somebody that he's seen on Alex Jones or one of them that was talking about how the bullet went in and stuff like that. You know, to me, the doctor, if the family didn't release that information and say, hey, you're talking about our loved one here, we don't want anything released at this time. We'll do it when we're ready. You know, then I think they got good grounds for a good suit against a medical facility like that. Because to me, I don't see why they're up there talking. You know, honestly, I don't. They can be vague about things without giving away a lot of information about it, because that's got to be painful as hell for Erica or the kids or anyone, the parents, to sit there and listen to some doctor give some damn play-by-play on how the bullet entered here and went up in his neck and then come back down. You know, I would be talking to that doctor and I'd be saying, hey, you know, this is how my foot went up your ass, all right, and how it came back down. You know, I mean, it makes no sense to me why that's allowed to happen, you know, especially on, you know, with HIPAA laws and everything else that's going on today. I just don't think it should happen like that. But moving on with Letitia James and some of these others where they believe, like Comey, and I wonder how long it would be before some judge dismisses those charges. I think and you know they're going to take everything, that their lawyers would take everything to the most liberal judges they could find. You know, they'll do the judge shopping and try to get those charges dismissed, you know, with prejudice or whatever, so that they can't bring it back up. I think one of the arguments that they're going to use on all of this is going to be the fact that it's a political, it's motivated by politics. And when you got, you know, like I told you the other night, I wish Trump would just shut up about it. You know, when he got on Bondi's ass and said, when are you going to start getting some charges on Adam Schiff and people like that? You know, and does he not know or understand that taints a jury, and that the getting a fair trial? And I mean, the liberal news just ran with that. I mean, you could turn it on any damn show and listen to how they were handling that. And, you know, things like that bother me for a reason, you know, because that's third world crap. When we start prosecuting our presidents and our former presidents and stuff like that, and senators and stuff, if they're blatantly breaking the law, then yes, expose it. But make sure it's done in the right manner, and make sure that they're arrested in the right manner. You know, and I can't, you know, speak to it enough that I wish Donald would just take care of the everyday stuff. And if he's going to say something about that, do it in private. You know, do it, you know, with Bondi in the room or something like that, and say, look, you know, what's going on here, or whatever. You know, I just, you know, when he starts doing that, it just taints everything. And same way with Jimmy Kimmel. I don't give a rat's ass about Jimmy Kimmel. You know, when they brought it up to Trump, you know, about Jimmy Kimmel, the first thing he should have said was, you know, what he said was horrible. I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. I don't care what happens to Jimmy Kimmel. And went on about his way. And enough said about it. You know, just not brought it up again. Because the damn news media they're gonna taunt him into a response, and you know how Donald is. He can't help it. He's going to stand there toe to toe with them. It's sewn into his DNA. That's how he works. That's how he's always been. And they know it. So they're gonna taunt him into into an argument or saying something that I think is just not. It's just not good for a president to sit there and comment on stuff like that. And I saw on the news, and I really like Charlie Kirk. Thought he was one of the smartest guys there was. But listen on your news there a minute ago, and they were talking about possibly getting a coin with his likeness on there.
Yes.
A silver dollar or something like that. Do you think that's a good idea? I mean, I'm not sure that would work. I mean, what would be next? When Democrats get in office, get a damn coin of George Soros, or somebody like that. Right. You know what I'm saying? It would be this. I think it would start this back and forth. I think he needs to be honored, in a way that they really, I don't know, can't screw things up. I know he was, was going to be, posthumously awarded the Medal of Freedom, and I think that's a good thing. But when you start getting coins on, that's produced by the American taxpayer and stuff like that, you're opening up a can of worms there. I just don't think we want to open up, to be honest with you. But, I know there's going to be, I'll get a ton of damn little snotty-ass messages over Messenger and things like that. What are you, a liberal, or, some crap like that. No, I'm just trying to stop this back and forth stuff.
It sounds like they're proposing like a bit more of a commemorative coin. It's like, 400 and something thousand copies of the dollar coin, but I guess it would be coming actually from the U.S. Mint versus like some of these off-brand collector coin companies.
Yeah, if some off-brand collector, like produced a lot of the Trump coins or something like that, wants to do something, I don't care. It's private money. They can do whatever. They're going to sell them at a profit. And is that good or bad? When you they think, well, we can profit off his death like this. I just don't see it like that. But when you start talking about the U.S. Mint printing something, and they're trying to get that going, I just don't think that we need to go down that road. I mean, seriously, it's just what the hell's next? They want to get some coin of Omar or some pain in the ass like that because she's a Muslim and speaks out for the Muslim people. No, she's a hater. Is what she is. And so I just don't think that we really need to go down that path, Steve. I don't want to sound like I hate Charlie Kirk or anything, but the most threatening thing about him was his honesty, and I agreed wholeheartedly with so much of what he had to say. And one of the things that I just couldn't agree more with was the simple fact that when it came to transgenders, he made a comment, and I've made comments similar to that, but when you're talking to people that are transgenders, or not even that, they're just they're identifying as a woman. Some guy's identifying as a woman and want you to call him ma'am. I'm not going to participate in that damn lie. Charlie Kirk, he pretty much said the same thing. What do you want me to do? You want me to stand here and view you as a woman knowing that you're not? I'm not going to do it. I'll say, yes, sir, or no, sir. If it pisses them off, I really don't give a damn. Unless they got a 357 tucked up underneath that dress, I don't give a rat's ass what they think. I'm not going to sit here and make believe like they are, like they're a woman or something. And then, they want to, hit people with hate crimes and stupid stuff like that because you don't participate in that lie.
If you don't buy into it and espouse like it's correct or true, then you're the bad guy. You're the one spreading hate. All right, news break. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Dallas ICE shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He opened fire from an elevated position before taking his own life. FBI Director Kash Patel says John left shell casings engraved anti-ICE, calling it part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing attacks on law enforcement. Federal prosecutors are nearing a decision on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey.
The probe's examining whether Comey made false statements during his September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors would generally only have 5 years to the day to bring a charge, and according to people familiar with the investigation, a legal deadline is expiring Tuesday. Comey has maintained his innocence, and if a federal grand jury approves the case, it would mark one of the highest profile indictments of a political figure. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
Radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, then we had the cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover, shutting down plants for nearly a month. A production loss of nearly 30,000 vehicles. Analysts warning that a full restart could take a whole lot longer and have far-reaching consequences for the company and its suppliers. Yeah, they're grappling with the aftermath of a massive cyber attack that forced the company to shut down its global plants at the end of August. So not only affecting Land Rover's operation, but also raising concerns about the impact on its extensive supply chain. 30,000 cars in lost production. The company recently announced the production pause will continue until at least October 1st. That's expected to result in tens of millions of pounds in lost revenue on a daily basis. At the same time, putting jobs and companies in the supply chain at risk. Jaguar Land Rover employs directly more than 30,000 people. It's estimated that around 200,000 workers in the supply chain depend on work from the company. So raising concerns about the ability of smaller companies further down the supply chain to withstand the financial strain. Many don't have the cash reserves to weather a crisis like this. That means the ripple effects of this cyber attack could very well extend beyond Jaguar Land Rover, potentially affecting other car assemblers like Toyota or Mini, which are suppliers with JLR. The government's expected to face the consequences of the cyber attack either through emergency support measures, such as furlough schemes or short-term loans, or maybe increased unemployment benefits if the situation persists there. They say cyber attack. I can't help but wonder if maybe it was some sort of a ransomware attack, and if they didn't pay the ransom and can't get their systems back up and running. I'm not exactly sure, but Carl, thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I want to say that wanted to give you the prayers and the thoughts for your uncle there again, and hopefully that everything will work out okay. On that. It's going to be a tough time there, I know, for your whole family there on that. Probably should have, with my mother, I was thinking about it last December when she me and some things went.
Carl, I'm not sure if you're like in between cells, but let me put you. I'll put you on pause and come right back to you after our next call, which I believe would that be. Let's see, James disappeared. Blind man. Let's see what he's got going on. Hello, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Oh, you wouldn't believe what's going on. Last summer, I got a new water heater, and the inspector came out and said, everything is okay, don't worry about it. All of a sudden, Maryland changes the rules, and guess what? My water heater's out of compliance. It has something to do with the chimney. And I had to get this work done to correct it yesterday. I got a friend that ran interference for me. We got them to lay off me for a while to figure out what we need to do next. And that is to install a metal pipe going up the chimney. which will bring me back into compliance, but I don't have to do it yesterday like they demanded. The company that does maintenance on my boiler and my AC, they were pressured in having me pay about $7,000 or $8,000 to have this work done yesterday, and I just said no. Give me time to breathe so I can think this thing through.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful that my friend can run interference for me, and he's going to talk to the inspector that said that my water heater, the chimney part of it, is out of compliance. This is what happens when the state of Maryland changes the rules in the middle of the game, and all of a sudden, bam, I got hit with all this last Monday. But at least I got a breathing room now, so I don't have to do the work to install this metal pipe going up the chimney, which will put me back into compliance again. But that's going to cost me about $7,000 or $8,000. At least I can pay for that and don't have to do it immediately. But this is what happens when the state of Maryland changes the rules.
So you got blindsided, in other words. No pun intended.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. This came out of the blue, and I was really upset over this.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend, like I say, he ran interference for me. He got a hold of the inspector that originally checked my water heater, said I was in compliance, and the inspector told him, "Oh, sorry about that, but Maryland decided to change the rules, and you have to go with what the state does." But at least I got some breathing rooms. So I don't have to do this work as I described earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, at this time, I feel like the house owns me now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, it's not like you got a big wad of cash set aside for something like that, right?
Yeah. A lot of my blind friends who don't own houses don't realize if you own a house, you got to set money aside for something that comes up unexpectedly.
Yeah. And it's always something.
Exactly. One thing is either something went wrong with the AC or something has gone wrong with the boiler. I've had that in the past. And the company that does my maintenance, I've been doing business with them for years, so I don't have a beef with them. I just have a beef with the state of Maryland and the shenanigans they're pulling.
Well, good luck. I guess, you have to maybe get some estimates, as they say, and there's always a big difference from one contractor to the next, sometimes thousands of dollars.
Well, fortunately, this contractor I have gives me a discount because I've been doing business with them for about 20 years. So they know me very, very well, and they always give me a break.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, blind man, appreciate you. Well, go ahead. Yeah, appreciate you chiming in this early Thursday. Let me see. Let's do a take two. Try again there, Carl. I don't know if you might have been in between cells or something. You're kind of fading out there. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Is Blind Man's hot water heater a gas?
Obviously, it has to be gas because, he's got the whole, I guess, the chimney thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't really catch what was going on there. But, there's a lot of rules for gas, a whole lot. But, getting to the NIL thing, Dan called in about that. Now, I'm aware of the Lloyd's of London insurance, that you can get for the big-timer football players and basketball players in case they have injuries. I think Peyton Manning had one of those policies. No doubt this Arch Manning probably has one. It's for millions of dollars. It's like upwards of $10 to $15 million policies, and they're special policies for athletes. So that's what they do. But back before NIL, see, they had to skirt the rules even to get that policy because the cash that was involved to pay for the policy. And if you got money from donors in any way to do that or anything else like, for just paying the player, you were in trouble with the NCAA on that issue.
Yes.
On that. But now it's wide open now, so they can do just about whatever they want to do on that. But I don't agree with the transfer rule. The transfer rule is ruining the college sports. It's people can say the money is too. Yeah, it probably is because it's so big. Maybe there ought to be a cap on the money also on that, and as well as the business about the transfer, because I know that this coming November or December, sometime around that, they're supposed to vote on the January new rule on that transfer portal, and I don't think I like what's going on with that either, because it's just going to let the players either decide whether or not they want to play or not during the bowl season, and so that's bad too. There ought to be a contract to where they have to stay at least 2, maybe 3 years, maybe not 4, but 2 or 3 years at least on that contract to allow them to play, at one school. But I've been noticing Miami of Ohio is a pretty good football team, and that's just above Cincinnati up there. And they played against Las Vegas there this past week up there in Miami, up there at their home field. And so they did that was a good football game. Really, I watched it on ESPNU, and it was really good. It was really, Miami of Ohio is kind of impressive, really. This thing about Charlie Kirk, now I'm not understanding Pappy totally on that, but I saw a video. Now, did he say the bullet did not exit his neck? Is that what he said?
He said the bullet entered there, ricocheted off like the body armor, that went upward through the neck, like into the skull.
Now, I didn't, I saw a video now, okay, and I didn't see no AI video. I saw actual video footage, and I thought it was common knowledge that this bullet entered his neck. Correct. On the right side.
Yes.
Okay, on the right side, and it came out the left, okay, because there was severe blood loss there. It just exploded out his left side of his neck. Okay, did you see that?
Yeah, but everything I've seen says there was one, like an entrance, but no exit wound, not 2 wounds.
Well, there was. Yeah, there was an exit wound. All right, it was a big one. Okay, and that's got to be false information, because there was an exit wound on that. And, and I saw actual video close-up footage of it, okay, before they took it down. And actually, they were talking about it on Fox News, and he laid down, okay, after the shot, okay. So he was dead on the scene. And they just took him to the hospital. It was there was several people who loaded him in Suburban type vehicle there, and it was hard to get him in there because he's so tall.
Yes.
But they got him in there, okay. And there was a guy that said that, yes, I witnessed the whole thing. I was there. And he says he was part of the team that took him over, to the hospital. So he's credible. And then he says this wound that it was big, it was huge, come out of his left side of his neck. And he's already bled out, basically, right there on the stage. And they didn't have any. The surgeon was trying. I mean, obviously they were trying some techniques there, and then all this is going to come out in an autopsy report anyway. People are going to, get the full information later on, but it was pretty obvious that he was gone on the stage, and that was that on that. But but as far as a coin goes, I agree that there should be a coin made made for him, because he's an icon in American history for what he has done here. He's like an exposer. Okay, he's an exposer to the left. He exposes the left on every single interview that he did with these young college-age kids, and they were just thinking that fascist is an easy term to use, and they didn't even know what the term means, basically.
Right.
And so he would say, "Well, what tells you that I'm a fascist? What comment have I made that makes you think that I'm a fascist?" And they couldn't even answer the question, when he did that, because they didn't know what the term fascist means.
Right.
And
that's how he dealt
really,
with most everyone that he let come to the microphone. That's exactly the way he dealt with all of them. But I want to take you back to 3 days ago, all right? And this was the surgeon who actually tried to save him. From the New York Post. Man of Steel, Charlie Kirk, likely prevented others from getting dangerously hurt when he was shot because the bullet miraculously failed to exit his body. Thanks to his strong bones, according to his camp. The surgeon who tried to save the mortally wounded Turning Point USA founder described it as an absolute miracle that the bullet, which hit the conservative icon's neck, did not pass through him and strike any of the dozens of people standing behind him. Now, he posted via X, quote, "I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize, this is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there was not an exit wound is probably another miracle. And I want people to know," he wrote, "after these conspiracists have trying to exploit reports of a lack of an exit wound. Charlie Kirk's miracle bone density may have prevented injuries to others, according to a spokesman for the influencer, quoting the surgeon who desperately tried to save him. He posted, I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie. He said the bullet absolutely should have gone through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, but it didn't go through Charlie's body." He described how he told the doctor that dozens of staff, students, and guests were standing behind him at the time of the shooting. It's an absolute miracle someone else didn't get killed, according to Colvett. And that's what the doctor told him. His bone was so healthy, the density so impressive, that he's like the Man of Steel. All right, in the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. He said, remarkable, miraculous. Kirk's widow, Erica, previously described how she was advised not to see her husband's body because of the damage to his neck. But that's, again, so conflicting reports via the internet. And I know, supposedly one of these videos that's kind of gone viral is a guy trying to show the bullet entering from the backside and passing through his skull and then exiting out of the neck. He's trying to highlight that you can see the splash of blood. Those are the kind of, and that's what Pappy was referencing there. All these conspiracy theories that have gone absolutely viral. A couple minutes before news break, I wanted to get back. I shared the headline about this telecommunication operation that was taken down right there at the opening of the UN General Assembly. The Secret Service said they dismantled a network of electronic devices located throughout the city, the tri-state area, that were used to conduct multiple telecommunications-related threats directed toward senior U.S. government officials. This protective intelligence investigation led to the discovery of more than 300 co-located, what they call SIM servers, and 100,000 SIM cards across multiple sites. In addition to carrying out anonymous telephonic threats, these devices could be used to conduct a wide range of telecommunications attacks. This includes disabling cell phone towers, enabling denial of service attacks, facilitating anonymous encrypted communication between potential threat actors and criminal enterprises. Secret Service Director Sean Curry remarked that the potential for disruption to our country's telecommunication posed by this network cannot be overstated. An official CBS didn't name said the network could text message the entire country within 12 minutes' time. An unnamed official said the illicit network of devices could send up to 30 million anonymous text messages per minute, far beyond anything else ever discovered, according to the New York Times. It can take down cell towers, so then no longer can people communicate, right? You can't text message. You can't use your cell phone, according to the special agent in charge of the New York field office. If you couple this with some sort of other event associated with the UN General Assembly, use your imagination here. It could be catastrophic to the city. Of course, the president was actually speaking there at the General Assembly. We will continue working toward identifying those responsible and their intent, including whether their plan was to actually disrupt the UN General Assembly and communications of government and emergency personnel during the official visit of world leaders in and around New York City.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Dallas ICE shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He opened fire from an elevated position before taking his own life. FBI Director Kash Patel says John left shell casings engraved anti-ICE, calling it part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing attacks on law enforcement. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blasted Democrats and the media for demonizing ICE as Nazis, warning that rhetoric has deadly consequences. Federal prosecutors are nearing a decision on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey.
The probe's examining whether Comey made false statements during his September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors would generally only have 5 years to the day to bring a charge. Comey has maintained his innocence, and if a federal grand jury approves the case, it would mark one of the highest profile indictments of a political figure. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump is back in Washington following his trip to the UN, and that sparked protests in the streets.
Nearly 50 activists were detained after unsuccessfully trying to block 2nd Avenue in New York City during protests of President Trump's speech at the United Nations. In his remarks, the president accused the UN of not dealing with crises around the world while highlighting his own administration's progress on major international issues. He also called climate change a con job and said that unchecked immigration is destroying European nations. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth closed the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services.
Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson shared a post on X announcing Hegseth has decided to terminate the entity due to its focus of advancing a divisive feminist agenda. The panel was established in 1951 and meets on a quarterly basis to promote military readiness by shedding light on challenges female service members may face. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
Radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret word
code
is
Radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Disney Plus is raising its streaming price just as Jimmy Kimmel returns to the air.
The late-night host was suspended last week by ABC, which is owned by Disney, for comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged killer. His suspension was broadly criticized and led to calls for a boycott of Disney Plus. This week, Disney changed its mind and brought Kimmel back to the airwaves. Now the company says it's raising its price for Disney Plus starting October 21st by $3 a month for ad-free service and by $2 for the basic service. It's also raising the price of Hulu by $2 and ESPN Select by $1. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The man known as the South Hill Rapist in Spokane, Washington, could be released from state custody.
Kevin Coe was accused of raping dozens of women in the late 1970s and was convicted on one charge. He spent 25 years in prison and then was committed to McNeil Island, where he's been in custody since 2008. He's now 78 years old, and a state evaluation determined he was no longer a threat because of his weakened condition. A Spokane County judge will consider the issue next week. I'm Brad Ford.
House Republicans are pushing to honor conservative activist Charlie Kirk on U.S. currency following his assassination. Representatives August Pfluger and Abe Hamada plan to introduce a bill directing the Treasury to mint 400,000 silver dollar coins, which feature Kirk's likeness and the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." If approved, Kirk would become the youngest American ever on U.S. currency. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, here we go. Final hour. Here on an early Thursday, 25th day of September. Start looking forward to the weekend here. Well, for those tuned in via YouTube this morning, those who had previously viewed us on YouTube for about a year after the show started. How long did we make it before we got the axe? You know, we went to the YouTube prison, as they called it. And that was all part of the COVID-19 and the whole scenario of, quote, stolen elections, those sort of discussions, as you recall. There were many others who, in some cases, to date, had not yet been reinstated. I guess that's all changing. YouTube is set to reinstate those previously banned for promoting alternative information when it comes to COVID-19, recent presidential elections. According to the letter sent on Tuesday by the parent company Alphabet to a Republican lawmaker. This policy reversal marks a victory for the conservative allies of President Trump, who have long accused many of the tech platforms and professional fact-checkers of their liberal bias and of using anti-misinformation policies as a pretext for censoring the right politically. Reflecting the company's commitment to free expression, YouTube will provide an opportunity for all creators to rejoin the platform if the company terminated their channels for repeated violations of COVID-19 and elections integrity policies that are no longer in effect. So says Alphabet's legal counsel in a 5-page letter to Representative Jim Jordan, the Republican chair of the House Judiciary Committee. YouTube values conservative voices on its platform and recognizes these creators have extensive reach and play an important role in civic discourse. Full impact of the policy reversal yet to be determined. Not immediately clear which creators would be reinstated and when. Of course, we've had in recent years figures such as FBI Deputy Director, that is, Dan Bongino, who his YouTube suspension started on the exact same day as mine, going back in time. White House counterterrorism chief Sebastian Gorka, podcast host Steve Bannon, among those banned. Alphabet accused former President Joe Biden's administration of pressuring the company to impose those bans. Senior Biden administration officials, and now I'm quoting from the letter, senior Biden administration officials, including White House officials, conducted repeated and sustained outreach to Alphabet, pressed the company regarding certain user-generated content related to the COVID pandemic that did not violate its policies. While the company continued to develop and enforce its policies independently, Biden administration officials continued to press the company to remove non-volitive user-generated content, they said. After Biden took office in 2021, his administration urged platforms to purge what it identified as harmful misinformation, including content that encouraged people. Well, we never encouraged people to inject bleach. No one ever actually did that. To cure COVID. Jordan, who spent years probing what Republicans have blasted as a coordinated effort by the previous administration to suppress conservative voices, celebrating Alphabet's announcement as a victory in the fight against censorship, a massive win for the American people. To make amends to the American people, and because of our work, YouTube is rolling back its censorship policies on political speech, including topics such as COVID and elections, says Jordan. No more telling Americans what to believe and not believe. Now, Alphabet's letter stressed that YouTube has not and will not empower fact checkers to take action on or label content across the company's services. Instead, it will allow users to add notes of context to user content, kind of adopting the same approach as Elon Musk's X platform did. And the decision to reinstate previously banned users also kind of mirrors Elon's move to welcome back prominent purveyors of what was at one time dubbed misinformation on Twitter, which he rebranded as X there in 2022. That is quite interesting. Scrapyard, what's happening?
Oh, just out here playing in the rain. I'm trying to get this thing back to the yard. Blind man, how old is his house?
Now that I have no idea. No.
Okay, well, due to his handicap, what he can do is contact his local council for the blind and get them involved in it and what's going on. They could provide, more than likely, free of charge, provide services to contractors to come in and do that. Secondly, he could call Habitat for Humanity, and because of his disability, that's another avenue. And lastly, what he could do, being up there in New England, call This Old House, the TV show. They're always looking for places to work on, and usually the people that have things done there, it doesn't cost them anything. It's it's basically they don't have to pay the person for being on TV in lieu of their services.
Okay.
Being on the show, and so that is three things that you could blind men you could try and to get back into compliance and all that, especially them changing the rules midstream. And what recently was A-OK is now no bueno. So you could do that. And let's see. And on this Charlie Kirk bullet information, I'm a hunter. And for many years, I used to use something even larger, more powerful than a 30-06, was a 300 Win Mag. Well, modern hunting bullets are swaged. They're not full metal jacket. The 30-06, where people got the incredible idea that it was, just super devastating, super powerful, which it is, but, it kind of entered into myth. Back in the day, during the 06 Springfield rifle and the M1 Garand, those were full metal jackets. That was steel jacketed rounds. And, out to 200 yards, it would go through 2 foot of solid oak, like during the Battle of the Bulge. But modern hunting ammunition is designed when it hits something solid, to basically break bone and come to a stop, mushroom out, transferring as much energy as possible to cause the maximum amount of damage as possible. That's why those rounds are not allowed on the battlefield. Pardon me. And so, like, say, a moose or an elk or a deer, bear, anything like that, if you shoot it in the boiler room, the rib cage, aiming for the heart and the lungs, that bullets, once it makes contact with tissue, with a wet tissue, it usually, because of its spin, destabilizes and yaws, and inside the boiler room will explode. But once it hits solid, if it hits solid bone within so many inches, it just flattens out, and it's just a devastating shock. And that's what a lot of doctors and so-called professionals don't understand. Because over the years, I've shot many dangerous game animals, bear and big giant hogs, or not bear, deer and big giant hogs, and where it hit the spinal column, and it just absolutely stopped the bullet, even with that 300 Win Mag. But if you shot it in the chest cavity through the ribs, the bullet would basically explode due to all the stresses coming to an immediate stop. And the pass-through is usually due to what they call a monolithic bullet, and being something that is one material, like a solid copper match-grade bullet that does not have a hollow in it, for the hydrostatic shock to make it start deforming, and it'll punch on through. But hunting ammunition is designed to expand with minimal pass-through. And that assassin used his grandfather's hunting rifle and the hunting ammunition. So therefore, people, if they'll, they're getting the wrong idea, just, thinking of the gun as a magical thing. I mean, they need to research what ammunition, what different types can do. And, but, and all that, and on this electronic stuff, about the attack on the communications, something in that note, if you're out here driving around and you see a vehicle pull up, and for some unknown reason, especially out here at night, they pull up alongside of you, and you see somebody sitting in the passenger seat using a cell phone or any kind of electronic device, laptop, or a little thing called a flipper zero, I thoroughly recommend you get them the heck away from you, even if you've got to slow down considerably, because you notice that they're bouncing from vehicle to vehicle. They're trying to hack into the cards in your wallet, even your driver's license. If you have Real ID, it has an RFID circuit in your driver's license, and your bank cards, even some of your insurance and like health savings account cards, they have those chips in them.
Yeah.
They can. They can do it remotely from a vehicle. I had that happen recently, and that if you notice somebody just pulls up and then all of a sudden matches your speed, and you see somebody in there in that vehicle playing around with an electronic device, that get away from them, because more than likely they're trying to hack into any electronic device like your work phone, your personal phone, the cards in your wallet, any kind of device that you've got. And hell, in fact, they can even hack into the truck while it's going down the road. And so that's, the more you know and all that, the more diligent and vigilant one can become, and all that, trying to protect yourself, because there's a lot of bad people out here in this world that'll try to steal from you or try to hurt you
every day.
So I figured I'd try to pass that information along, because a lot of people don't know that. And I heard that from the digital goddess Kim Commando on her radio program.
How about that? Yep, she knows what's going on.
Yeah, and so that's starting to rain again, and we're just about flooded out here, and pretty bad when you got to check the mailbox by canoe, and it's uphill.
All right, well, Scrapyard, thanks for the info. Great, good info, good help, and we'll return in 2.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I came across a little story and I kind of reflected back. It was our recently departed dear friend Daryl, who, I don't know, about 6 months ago, we were talking about the Diamond Park. The only place where you can actually go out yourself and dig for diamonds here in the United States. Otherwise known as the Crater of Diamonds State Park. Recall that? Yeah, with all the number of people, the thousands or tens of thousands, how many people get out there every season, every year? You'd think surely they've found everything by now, but no. Folks continue to make finds and discoveries. They just announced a family from Cookson, Oklahoma, discovered a nearly 3-carat brown diamond during their visit. Ray Ann Madison and her family hit Arkansas for the weekend to celebrate her nephew's birthday when they decided to try their luck searching for diamonds on the north side of the park's 37.5-acre diamond search area near the Prospector Trailhead. Well, after digging several buckets of dirt and sifting through screens, Madison spotted an unusual, oblong, shiny stone, which staff later confirmed as a 2.79 carat brown diamond. Yeah, the park interpreter explained brown diamonds form through plastic deformation, which creates structural defects that reflect red and green light that gives the stone its distinctive color. The family named their find the William Diamond in honor of Madison's nephew. This is the third largest diamond registered at the park this year, surpassing a 2.30 carat stone discovered in July. But since opening in 1972, the Crater of Diamond State Park has produced over 75,000 diamonds, with the most common colors being white, brown, and yellow. The largest diamond ever found in the United States, the 40.23 carat Uncle Sam, was actually unearthed on the same land in 1924, and it is now part of the Smithsonian's collection. How about that? What a pleasure. They don't give any indication of what value that might have been. How much was it worth? I want to know. Eagle, I believe, had some comments in regards to college football weekend coming up here. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. Hold on for a minute. I thought it was Thursday. Well, it is Thursday, but not Thursday night. But yeah, I wanted to say some things about the games coming up. But first, I want to get into. I want to talk once again about Trump in this situation, but I'll get to that at the end. But yeah, the situation with the college football, Oklahoma State fired their coach yesterday. Oklahoma State in Stillwater, Oklahoma, they fired their man Gundy, been there for a long time. But they should have made that decision at the beginning of the year. You don't fire a guy get three games into the season. It makes no sense to do that. Now they ruin their recruiting and all the players he had been talking to that might have been considering coming to Oklahoma State. Now they're going elsewhere. If they were going to fire him, man, they should have got rid of him before the season started, so they could still have a chance with the recruits. Bad mistake. And plus, they said it. And now with these buyouts, but he don't have one of these big, outrageous buyouts like some of these college. I think they still owe him $15 million. It's not like some of these other guys, like the coach at Alabama. They want him out, but if they I think it's like $50 or $60 million buyout. If they kick him out of the school, they still got to give him that money, whether he's coaching or not. It's hard to pay somebody $60 million, then bring in another coach. So you basically paying two coaches when you do that. So that's one thing they do need to change. They were talking about the NIL, situation. Well, that's another thing that needs to change in college football is the amount of money these coaches are making, the buyout money. A couple of years ago, the coach at Texas A&M, I forgot what his name was, he got fired, and I think they owed him $100 million or something. And that's way too much money to pay somebody that's not even working for you. Wouldn't you love it? Wouldn't you love to have a job where you don't have to work and you still making $100 million? Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be sweet.
Yeah, that guy, he's still not coaching right now. I forgot what his name was. He came from Florida State, and got the Texas A&M job. He couldn't get the job done, and they ran him out of town and brought somebody else in, but they still had to pay the guy. So that's one thing college is gonna have to look at, because it would have been the same situation with that man up there where you at, Steve. If Ohio State would have fired their coach. I don't know what his buyout is, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty big if they would have fired the Ohio State coach and brought somebody in. Luckily, he won the championship and he saved his job.
Mm-hmm. Well, Eagle, hold that thought there. I know you had a little bit more on football, of course, President Trump. But first, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Dallas ICE shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He opened fire from an elevated position before taking his own life. FBI Director Kash Patel says John left shell casings engraved anti-ICE, calling it part of a disturbing pattern of left-wing attacks on law enforcement. Federal prosecutors are nearing a decision on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey.
The probe's examining whether Comey made false statements during his September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors would generally only have 5 years to the day to bring a charge, and according to people familiar with the investigation, a legal deadline is expiring Tuesday. Comey has maintained his innocence, and if a federal grand jury approves the case, it would mark one of the highest profile indictments of a political figure. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tell360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about that? I'm looking at a Fox News headline this past day that says we've hit a new milestone. In less than 250 days, an estimated 1.6 million illegal immigrants have self-deported, 400,000 removed by federal law enforcement. Quick rounded math says that's 2 million. Separately, President Trump's border crackdown posting another milestone. In the month of August, once again, 0 illegals released into the U.S. via parole. And if you've not been counting, that makes 4 consecutive months. As total encounters fell to historic lows, according to Customs and Border Protection. Customs and Border Protection reported 26,197 total encounters nationwide in August, 93% below the Biden administration era monthly peak in August of 23. And that's at the southwest border. They recorded 6,319 apprehensions, averaging 204 a day. Now, they contrasted those figures with August of last year when the Border Patrol paroled 10,186 migrants along the southwest border. Paroled, a.k.a. let them in. Since Trump returned to office, the administration has effectively shut off humanitarian/public benefit parole pipelines. All right. Yeah, we're proving every day that tough, consistent enforcement works. According to Border Protection Commissioner Rodney Scott, in a news release, border crossings are at record lows, mass catch and release is over, and our agents are delivering results to the American people. They also reported that combined seizures of cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, and marijuana rose 9.2% from July. Agents seizing 755 pounds of fentanyl in August. Methamphetamine seizures increased 37%. And then there's the stat we just shared. Homeland Security announced that more than 2 million illegals have been removed or self-deported since Trump took office on January 20. The numbers do not lie. How about that? And the Democrats said it can't be done. The Republicans wouldn't work with us. They failed to pass the legislation to get it. There you go. So much for your song and dance, because it's all been a bunch of lies. All right, back to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I'll have to go into that tomorrow, Steve, on detail about this immigration deal that Trump been doing for the last 8 or 9 months. Telling you what I've seen and the results. But I wanted to finish up on college football and talk about something else about Donald Trump. But yeah, there's a rumor out there right now, Steve. Some of Nick Saban, some of his old players, people that have played for him, they say they figure they got the inside track, and they say that Nick Saban wants to get back into coaching. And there's several big name job opportunities that's probably going to be coming available at the end of this year, where he could possibly have a chance to get back in the game. And one of them is Florida, the University of Florida. Their coach, he's basically he's out. They just waiting for the end of the year. There's no way he could survive at the University of Florida. He's going to lose his job one way or the other. And I think in Saban, he might be interested in that one, or he might be interested in the Arkansas job. That job is going to come available too, from what I'm hearing. So there's several positions that he could step into, and then one other school is the University of Mississippi might come available, because Lane Kiffin, if they fire the Alabama coach, they claim that Lane Kiffin might be in line for that job at Alabama, and then Saban could go to Ole Miss. So Saban, it wouldn't shock me to see him get back into coaching. They said the same thing about Bill Belichick when he got fired from New England, that he was done with coaching and he wasn't going to coach no more. And you see where he's back coach. And as a matter of fact, that job is going to come available too, from what I'm hearing, after 1 year. Bill Belichick is a complete embarrassment at University of North Carolina. Not only is his young girlfriend that's young enough to be his daughter, I don't know if you've seen some of the videos of this, but it's not good, Steve. He got his girlfriend on the sidelines, half dressed, naked, with a short dresses and mini skirts on at the game. It's just not a good look. It's bad enough the guy is dating a woman that's young enough to be his daughter, right, and then he's parading her around on the sidelines half naked like that, and all the people are noticing it. So it's not a good look for a college university. And plus he's not winning games. If you win in games, people will overlook that type of stuff. But if you're not winning games, that makes it even worse. So Belichick, he could be one and done in North Carolina, for what I'm hearing. Now, to get into situation with Donald Trump. Now you want to talk about Donald Trump got completely disrespected at the UN, Steve. I don't know if you've seen the video. And like I said, if those people don't like Donald Trump, okay, I understand that. But you don't disrespect the man's wife. Melania is a class act. Melania has done nothing to nobody. The woman conducts herself with class every time she does interviews, every time she's seen in public. You never seen Melania disrespect anybody. What they did to them the other day, Steve, somebody could have got hurt. Have you've been on an escalator before?
Oh, yeah.
Whoever turned that damn escalator off at the UN should be fired, because Melania could have fell down, she could have got hurt, or Trump could have got hurt. There's nothing funny about that. And you should have seen the look on Trump's face. Somebody needs to be fired for turning that damn escalator off. Did you see that video?
I have indeed, and they've got, I think the Secret Service is investigating that, looking for the call. They're trying to say it was an accident. Now, based on the timing, that was 100% intentional.
No, that wasn't no accident. That escalator was working perfect until him and Melania got on there, and then all of a sudden it came to a stop. And I've been on escalators when they stop like that. You can easily get your leg or your foot stuck in one of them steps as it's going down. Melania, she didn't deserve that. That's embarrassing for the way that they treated him and Melania was complete. And that person needs to be found and they need to be put in. I don't know about jail, but they need to be fired from their job. And then the second thing that they did to the man, and that wasn't a mistake either, was when they turned off his teleprompter. So he that just happened to stop working when he was speaking, and he had to do it all without a teleprompter. Not that he usually don't use one anyway. But they were trying to blatantly disrespect Donald Trump at the UN. 2 days ago, and it's a damn shame that to get treated like that in your own country. That happened in New York City. That happened in another country. That happened right here in the U.S., where the guy got disrespected in his own country. And whoever the operator of that teleprompter and that escalator, both of them should be found, and they should be terminated from their job, because nothing's funny about it. Just like Jimmy Kimmel's not funny. All of them need to be out of work. Because, like I said, there's other things that they can find to do besides trying to humiliate the President of the United States. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thank you much. Have a great morning. About 17 before the hour. And there we find the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, we got some rain showers back around again, so we got the wipers back on here in the Baltimore area. So anybody coming through here, you got something to look forward to. I heard something there, and of course, you know, everything on the internet is true, right? When you see something on the internet, it's guaranteed to be true. Yeah. So, did you hear anything about this Colin Kaepernick? You remember this Colin Kaepernick guy there that he wanted? What did he do? He was the knee guy, right? Out there in San Francisco, was a quarterback that threw away his career by doing the knee thing, right? So did you see anything that he's supposedly gonna take and financially fund an autopsy for the hanging deal down there in Mississippi?
I can't say that I have, no.
Didn't know. Yeah, so apparently he was going to get an independent person to do another autopsy to prove what really happened. So I don't know if, as I say, just something I came across on the internet. Could be somebody got AI all together and trying to get everybody all stirred up again with that name again. But then again, you know, it might not be too far from the truth. It might be just kind of like having a picture of the auto pen in the White House. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what comes out and what other sources bring up. Maybe at some point we'll get more information out there. But so I didn't know if we should take it for the truth yet or not. But anyways, maybe. Hey, I got an idea for the White House. How about if we send a blind man over there to the White House to investigate, tell us what he sees down there hanging on the wall? You think that'd be a good idea?
That'll work.
Just asking. Anyways, so. All right, Your Honor, with all that nonsense there, I guess we'll let you see if you can do a little more due diligence. Maybe the Knuckle Buster's still out there somewhere or something can help you out to get you to the end of the show.
I bet he is. All right. Let's see. Go electric, they said. Go electric. Vehicle cost. A major barrier to electric truck adoption. And amazingly, that barrier is getting higher, not lower, over the past 5 years. New study from the International Council of Clean Transportation shows the price of a Class 6 to 8 electric truck, they have increased since model year 2020, despite a 20% drop in battery pack costs. Comparatively, prices are falling for Class 5 and smaller electric commercial vehicles. Electric cargo van and full-size pickup truck prices are down 42%. Larger walk-in electric vans and utility trucks, model years 2025, 46% cheaper than they were in model year 2020. But when it comes to heavy-duty commercial vehicles, it costs more to buy an electric version today than it did 5 years ago. Median price for Class 8 electric trucks up 27% since model year 2020. What does that translate to? Get a load of this. They now cost over $411,000. That's $87,000 more than they were before. Diesel truck prices have also risen, but not as much. A new diesel truck cost about $172,500. In other words, up about $18,000 since model year 2020. In other words, you can buy 2.5 diesel trucks for the cost of one electric truck to do the same job. Now, soon, fleets may face even higher costs because the federal commercial clean vehicle credit that offered up to $40,000 for electric truck purchases will be ending on next Tuesday, September 30th. That's it. That means sticker shock will have to come from the states. Nearly 80% of the price data points in the study come from electric trucks bought with state incentives. 844-844-3388. Did he say the knuckle buster might be out there? Well, sure enough, he is.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. A totally terrific Thursday to everyone. And I almost let that lonely shire get away from me. I was sitting up there just listening there. But anyway, simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Mr. Steve Sommers, and one and only horse feathers there this morning. So, well, I'm just curious, is Eagle a member of the LGBTQ USF community if he don't like seeing them half-naked women out there on that football field? That's the only reason I watch the ball game, to see them cheerleaders. I care less about watching them players run over each other. Right?
I hear you.
Yep. So anyway, the guy up in Ohio State, his name is Ryan Day, Eagle. He's a coach there, right?
Okay.
I was correct in that. Wasn't I correct in that his name?
I think so.
Yep, up there at Ohio State. And well, the Supreme Court ruled that President Trump could fire anybody he wanted to. Well, same thing applies to Oklahoma State, brother. They can fire anybody they want to at any point there. So they don't have to wait to the start of the season. They can wait till 3 games in. And, I don't know. I don't think Nick Saban's coming back into the coaching arena. I think his wife has pretty much told him that's it for him, right?
Yeah, you're done.
He can pretty much sit on the sidelines and watch like everybody else does there. So, man, it's gonna be a totally terrific Thursday today when I get down here to Temple, Texas, and get this load of shish kebab paper off of the back of my trailer. So that's what's going down there to the grocery store. Sam Houston Institute of Technology paper. So imagine that. No job's complete without the paperwork being done, right, Steve?
Absolutely.
Yep. So I thought we were going to be the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Gospel Hour the other night with all that biblical stuff going on. You got well, we'll give a shout out there to what's that world famous Bull Holler. Isn't he a preacher now too?
He's an ordained minister. Yes.
All right. Well, that's a good thing. We need another one, Steve. I promise you. We need all the gospel preaching we can get there. So, let's truck them on to the house, everybody. I'll shut up long enough and let somebody else get in there.
All
Have
right.
a great morning.
Hey, we'll get our NTPA update.
Corsa, Kellogg, and Simon apply the exclamation points to championship statements. 5 others are pull-off winners for the first time. This as the Enderley stood as one final challenge in this compelling Grand National season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 38th Enderley Pull-Off sent 13 Case IH Grand National divisions into their offseason on Saturday, September 13th. In light superstock, all-time Enderley tractor class wins leader Terry Blackburn can chalk up another big win. Pulling mid-class, Blackburn's considered armed and dangerous outdistanced Rex Kuhn by 1 wheel turn. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, customer Kyle Holland defeated engineer Kent Payne by 1.5 feet in a battle of Rooster Motorsports entries. Holland and his Black Tornado Revived completed a stellar rookie campaign with their first taste of Enderley glory. In Superstock Open, assured of his diesel title at the start of the evening, Ross saved his triple bypass for a surge that cut Terry Blackburn's championship margin to a single point. Ross smoked Blackburn teammate Cody Cheesick by 10 feet in a 1-on-4 duel of the fuels. In High Torque Super Farm, the third visit to Urbana was the charm for Dan Schulte and his Binder Express. Schulte solidified his second-place points finish with a big win, as champion Gary Chavink was the class's runner-up. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the late-season surge of the Mack Trailer team carried into Champaign County. James Ray won for the second time in 2 weeks aboard Mack Nasty after posting 3 victories with Team Tractor Mack Daddy over that span. In two-wheel drive, Jason Sullivan's Corn Burner was the best on a track that had gotten rough as a cob by night's end. Held to barely 300 feet, Sullivan's first hook survived 4 challenges that were largely scuttled by a surface that pulled them hard toward the left sideline. In four-wheel drive, one of the few races that could have changed their leaderboards ended when Tommy Corsa took the lead for good aboard his American Made. Needing to hold off Daughter Taylor and past champ Rob Foster, Corsa made one of his best passes of the season out to 348 feet. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Shane Kellogg topped 2024 Enderley winner Jeremy Yeager in a Buckeye State head-to-head battle. Kellogg's Trump won its division by the largest margin of anyone this year, 29 points. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Chris Schroeder was robbed of the chance to erase a 3.5-point deficit to leader Pat Island when only 4 trucks showed. But his crazy KW was the top performer just the same for their first pull-off W and a 4th win overall in this breakout campaign. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, Adam Kester got the high finish he needed to clinch his 3rd championship, but the night belonged to Lindsey Campbell, whose military plane-themed short fused was bombs away on the field of 5, distancing Kester by over 15 feet. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, Chase Richardson is building momentum for his sophomore season in the division. His tag team won for a second time on a bright stage, the previous one being Thursday night in Bowling Green. In Modified, Brandon Simon Says was no worse for wear after driveline damage ended his night in Sandwich early 1 week ago. Simon routed his closest rival, Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger, by over 25 feet to expand his incoming lead to 5 points. And in Unlimited, Adam Bauer's cross-threaded thundered to a 9-inch victory over Dave Richardson in a class where the top 4 competitors exceeded 350 feet. Since this will be our final report for the 2025 season, let's make note of 2 remaining events on the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National Calendar. Monday, October 6th, will bring Region 2 action to the Fairfield County Fair in Lancaster, Ohio. And Friday through Sunday, October 17th through the 19th, it's the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh, North Carolina to wrap up Region 4 in 4 sessions. Check out ntpapull.com and the NTPA mobile app to learn more. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, nothing like waiting until the last minute. What's happening, Big Ed?
Well, I woke up during the loneliest hour and was sitting there listening to the calls, and had a couple of them that piqued my interest, you know. I will say that I agree with our in-house expert, that Lane Kiffin. He's kind of been slobbering for that damn Alabama job, so you might see him end up over there. But as far as Saban, yeah, that's just what I call crap house rumors there. You know, somebody went in the bathroom and wrote it on the bathroom wall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, truck drivers, that's how they message each other back and forth. They'll write something on the bathroom wall, and somebody go in there and see it. And say, oh, well, man, there's some breaking news. So anyway, you're supposed to laugh at that, Steve.
I'm laughing.
Your humor bone.
Right.
Oklahoma State, I'll tell you, there's one name that I hope I hear them throwing around, and that's old Eric Bieniemy. Used to be that Drake Colorado running back that helped them back in the 90s win the national championship. You know, his name's always come up several times for head coaching position in college, and I haven't heard his name been thrown around in a while.
Mm-hmm.
When you got a school that claims they don't have that much NIL money to throw around, and sometimes it's best to get the coach, you know, if you can bring him in cheap on a cheaper contract that some of these kids would love to play for, and I think he is one, and that would be a good stepping stone for him to get into college football, and it would take Oklahoma State a different direction.
Gotcha.
So I'm hoping that their powers that be will look at him and maybe give him a chance. But that's just me speculating, you know.
Okay.
Or prognosticating.
Well, we'll be talking more to you, the prognosticator of prognosticators, during our first hour of the Friday morning edition, which will be here before you know it. With that, we got to close things out here on a Thursday. Thanks for listening in.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.